かしぎな妄想は陰微なる世界へ無痛の細胞に蝕まれゆく螺旋の階段夢中でかければ
All right. All right. All right. All right. Kendall, thanks so much for the Prime for the 39 months. Welcome back and way to keep it Ponsu. Can we get some Ponsu up there for Kendall? Thank you again so very much for the continued support, man. And for being Twitch primed out of your god darned mind. But how is it going, everyone? Hopefully everyone's doing all right. Hopefully the audio is all right too. Hold on. Yeah, thank you again so very much, Kendall. And how's it going, Raven, Luna, Max, Zoe, man? Zoe, I know you took a week off to chillax as well. What's good, man? How's it going, Star, as well? Welcome on in, everyone. It was very loud here today. Was there a lot of construction? And yo, Aaliyah, how's it going? Welcome. Hold on, I gotta hydrate real quick because it is very hot in my room. And I am trying not to be too warm. But all right. Construction down the street and also on the roof? Yes, no shot. Also, Santa, how's it going, Santa? I was lurking in Adam's stream today. I saw he got a stand-up desk, and then people were making jokes about stand-up comedy. But yeah. And then everyone was still wanting to get Cat in, even though he was just like, guys, I'm here. I got this stand-up desk for my health, and you guys are trolling. Standing desks are rad. You have one too, right, so? Yeah, because I think he has a redeem where you can say like, hey, you know, stand up so you can be, you know, healthy, you know, get some of your blood moving, pumping. Or to sit back down because, you know, he's been standing up for way too long. But yeah. Which this is the last thing we did, right? But yeah, hopefully everyone's been doing all right. Hopefully Mother's Day weekend was smooth with everyone. And yeah, we are back. It is thankfully not like 100 degrees anymore over here. It's still a little warm, so you guys will be hearing some fans. Maybe later some air conditioners, but yeah, is something. Niku and nachos this Wednesday, dude? Some nachos do sound pretty good. I do a good old big boy. Let's go, Zo. Yeah, standing desks seem like a lot of fun. I don't know how I'd go about cable management, because as it is, I kind of have like everything tucked away. But you know, we could probably come up with something. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put on the Discord that we're also live. I know I haven't been like social mediaing it out, but yeah, I'm like, we can at least Discord, right? Cool. Oh, so I started Steins Gate so far, so we accidentally sent a banana back in time. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah. What happened to that banana? Just because I think I know exactly where you're at. Gotta get creative with cable management? 100%. Sumo sticker hunter. The phrase sumo stickers always seems strange to me. The face may look like a sumo wrestler, but it's not actually. It's a fat man. No, we don't even know if it's a man. It could be a woman. One need only look at the hairstyle to find proof of this. The hair is parted, not brushed back, which means it's not being tied to a top knot. Okay. Of course, there are some real sumo wrestlers who don't have enough hair to form a top knot. This is all very important information, by the way. Okay, they all brush the hair back. No sumo wrestler has ever stood in the ring with parted hair. So what does that hair mean? It's just some guy with parted hair? No, the hair, in fact, represents a temple. And in a temple, of course, you find a god. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. We microwaved the banana backwards and it somehow teleported back onto its bunch. Okay, and gruesome murders, pervy high school antics, very detailed analysis of sumo wrestler hairstyles. Yeah, I don't know why we're getting all this information, but we'll take it. Okay. Okay. Because there are some very, like, interesting, or there are some things I really like about Steins Gate, but I don't want to spoil anything, you know? But okay, nice that you started it. Are you going to be getting back to it today or sometime soon, Star? It's so good. So freaking good. Like, I haven't played the game, but Okabe, yeah, 100%. 100%. But yeah, I feel like the anime actually does it like a really good job too. So both are great ways to go about it. Are there any other footy-ish... What's that, Chanko? Lovers like me who watch sumo? No? Huh? Today's ringside conversation that Ozzeld's or Alzeki's, it's Alzeki, right? Yeah, cool. Or I want that Yokozuna. Well, that's normal. What does that mean? What is... Okay, sure. Well, this was actually getting to something important, right? The sticker has 3 eyes, right? 2 overlapping should, of course, produce 4 eyes, which means that the number 3 is significant. The 3rd eye is the eye of the mind. Wait, yeah. Since ancient times, the 3rd eye has been used as a motive in conspiracy theories, urban legends. The eye that sees truth, the Senrigan, the Ajna Chakra, the eye of the pyramids, all of those things are represented as having power beyond human understanding. In other words, the 3rd eye is God himself. The eye of the pyramid, the symbol of the Freemasons, also known as the all-seeing eye of God, or the eye of the Egyptian deity Horus. In other words, the eye God sits behind the hair, his temple. Okay. Okay. Do you remember in 2012 when the world was supposed to end during the Mayan apocalypse? Yeah, when everyone was panicking? Were people taking as many toilet paper rolls as they were during COVID? But researchers have already proven the original date given for the Mayan apocalypse was an error. The correct date was September 3rd, 2015. The date brings us to Egyptian mythology. According to a legend recorded on a fresco in this temple of Isis, the world will sink underwater in September 2015. Do you think that's where the Jonas Brothers got that song? I mean, it's a little sooner, but it could be. I will probably not get back to it today. Okay. Ozeki and Yokozuna are ranked for sumo wrestlers. I didn't know that. Okay. Up in the rankings. As the goddess Isis is the mother of the sun and god Horus, do you understand now? The sumo stickers represent God. But then why are they only appearing in Shibuya? Because the grace of God wanted to protect Shibuya from the apocalypse. I understand that. You know, if everything's going to hell, we gotta protect Shibuya. If you're a reader of this blog, you'll already have guessed what I'm about to say. Last month, in September 2015, the world was threatened by a greater danger than it had ever faced before. A massive solar storm caused electronics to crash all over the world, but especially in North America and Europe. A full month has passed, but only 50% of the damage has been fixed. So why did Japan, the world's largest economy, and in particular Shibuya, one of its biggest cities, survive almost unscathed? Yes, because of the eyes of God, the 3rd eye. It opened and created a powerful barrier. This is the truth. This is my message to all the people of Shibuya. I want you to understand this. The faces of the sumo stickers do not belong to a sumo wrestler. They are a symbol of God. They are God. You must not take them down. That would be blasphemy. This is already too long, so I'll go into details in my next entry. Okay. It's crazy, man. Hades! How's it going, Hades? Been dealing with some issues lately. Dude, sorry to hear about that, man. With being jobless and everything. Hades, hopefully you get around to getting something sooner than later. I know that's always a really rough time, but sorry to hear about that, man. I think I caught you streaming once in a while, but not as often as before either. I thought it was probably one of those things, you know, when you finish like a game that's very important to you and you're like, nothing's gonna hit the same as, you know, this grind was. So I'll do some stuff IRL in the meantime. But yeah, dude, hopefully things get back to being smoother sooner than later, Hades. Shibuya going through it? Yeah, I think Shibuya is like You know what? Where do we make this plot take place in? Shibuya, classic. Can't go wrong with going to Shibuya. Interesting perspective, by the way. My name's Maya. Okay, how's that for synchronicity? There we go. Okay, so Maya. I've seen the sumo sticklers too. It's totally a sumo wrestler. Wincy Matsui. Okay, just someone just passing through. Some creepy shit. LOL, www. Apocalypse theory. How many people in the world actually believe in the Egyptian calendar apocalypse? It's just something they came up with. Explain why the Mayan apocalypse never happened. There are other supposed dates for the apocalypse after 2015 anyway. After 2015 is 2017, then 2020, then 2030. Go through some old myths and legends from around the world, and I'm sure you'll find more conspiracy theories are just a way for the power structure to control the masses. Oh, you know what? Speaking of endings, so I came up with an idea, right? Tell me, guys. For, let's say, an anime, right? An anime or a show, and it's on the last episode, or let's say, anime, short anime, right? Or we think it's going to be short anime. We're like, oh, wow, this isn't even getting 12 episodes. It's only getting 6 episodes. So, you think that it's going to be the end, right? And throughout this entire time, especially in that final episode, you hear a cell phone ringing, but it has a very, very particular ring that you can either set up, for the homies or for someone specific or for like a job. And so throughout that entire thing, in that final episode, you think you're done with anything related to that number, right? And then as it turns out, it's all like, no. You just hear the ring go on again and again, and you're like, I thought we were done with this. I thought we were done. And then just to like piss people off, in the next episode, all it is like, oh yeah, I just found this phone. I have nothing to do with it, but I wanted to return it to the most recent caller. Something like that. Oh man. Coolio, how's it going, Coolio? Anime show, our shows though, true. Appreciate, man. Hopefully I can find something here soon, but it has been a month and a half and rough out here. Yeah, dude. And I know this heat doesn't make things any better, right? But you know what? Maybe something will come, hopefully right around the corner. Hopefully, if not tomorrow, by the weekend or sometime soon, man. Because it is for sure rough. A lot depends on whether you assume God saved Shibuya or whether he drove the rest of the world to the brink of destruction. That's also very fair. It is possible that Shibuya was already purified 6 years ago, and that's why we were allowed to survive. God, huh? How many Japanese have the real understanding of what God actually is? I heard there are different gods in different regions, right? Unless that's just what's that anime called? Dandadan thing? And Dandadan, I don't know, it could be true, right? I personally haven't looked that much into it, but that'd be really cool, like a different god for like different regions and stuff. Do you know how many people died in the earthquake 6 years ago? This is inappropriate. Please delete this entry immediately. Okay. Where did the name come from? And the sumo sticklers don't actually depict a sumo wrestler. We should look at who first started calling them that. We all use the same term to describe them, which means that someone must have been the first one to come up with it. Okay, does that matter? Perhaps someone gave them the name for a reason. Maybe they wanted to blind us from the fact that they were stickers. The stickers were gods by making us think they were sumo wrestlers. I sense the presence of someone who doesn't want to admit the existence of God, or perhaps who wants to hide it. Okay. Dun dun who? Dun dun dun, it's so good, man. I'm chilling. How about you? My chest hurt my chest like 3 days ago, but I'm just in bed. Wait, Coolio, no! Were you hyper jorking? Hopefully you feel better soon, man. And yeah, I'm good, thanks. Finally home. And yeah, we were in the hundos. Or close to hundos, so it was not a fun time. Yeah, hopefully you feel better soon, man. Sorry to hear about that. Over the past few years, unneeded people have been culled from Shibuya. That's what I think. Life is a balance between fun and sorrow. If it all evens out to zero, then it's not a bad life. But for most people, it's a net negative. Coming out to zero is the best we can hope for. So is it kind of one of those don't expect much and be happy with what you get? So what is death then? Beyond a thing no man can avoid. It's not a minus, of course, it's not a plus either. It evens out to zero. It even outs the nothing at all. The unneeded are culled because they are unneeded. Okay, you could say they were chosen because they were unneeded. Okay, the first great culling was the earthquake 6 years ago. The new generation incident was what foretold it. Okay, Shibuya now, just like it was 6 years ago, God will come once again to cull the unneeded. If the sumo stickers are God, then the city will soon be covered in them once more. Don't we know that one section that's completely covered in them? It still doesn't explain why the 1999 Nostradamus prophecy, the 2012 Mayan apocalypse, and the 2015 Egyptian apocalypse were also heavily reported on by the media. Okay. Okay. There's a girl who believes in ghosts but not aliens, and a guy who believes in aliens but no ghosts, but they make a bet on which one of them is right. Right, yeah. I'm hoping that at the end they find something in the middle, you know, where it's all like, oh yeah, they came here as aliens, but they turned into a ghost. So we have to put our knowledge together to make it work. Brown, how's it going, dude? Otaku as well? What's good, guys? With the retitled short stream, it goes for 800 years? Well, we're gonna have to see. Because I don't think I can chill for too long. That's the issue. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to chill for too long. That's the thing. And I wanted to start earlier. But trust me, guys, I know I keep blaming everything on my PC, but after the most recent updates, and I don't mean like PC, like software. I guess it is software, right? After some updates, things have just slowed down so much. So yeah, I had to try to figure out a way to make everything work so we can still multi-stream and all that stuff. Not a 72-hour stream, people leave. Sorry, Brown. One of these days, we'll leave the stream running. Would you guys be cool with that? If I were to leave like the stream running and we just rewatch like the streams or content, and then I'll have my speakers on. Damn, best type of weather? No shot. I hate this heat, man. Yeah, being up at like 97 at 100 the other day. Oh my god. Every time someone correctly predicts the apocalypse, God pushes the date back just because he's a dick like that. He's like, you thought you had everything noted down. Oh man. Niku watching Niku VODs marathon? Yeah, would you guys be down? Because in that way, we can actually do a 72-hour stream. Right? Blue Man, Mr. Azul. How's it going, dude? I might start streaming that Claire Obscura game that came out. Not sure yet. Yo, that Claire game looks so good. So good. I highly recommend it, Hades. Highly recommend it. I think you'll really like it. You say that, Niku, but isn't it just that both is real? I mean, for them to come out, for that to be like a plot, you know, maybe like in season 2 or something. I think that'd be cool. Also, Galaxy, how's it going, man? Niku on a Wednesday? Yeah. Well, we're gonna be back. Worst thing is that I might just be struggling with the heat. But, you know, it be what it be. It be what it be. But how's it going, Galaxy? Were you also playing Party yesterday? I know Blackjack, Bugs, and Dimps were playing. I believe it was also you, right? Because I popped into Lurk pretty much closer to the end. And Zella as well. You lost your job. Time to Jorkin all day. Yo, congrats, Zella. Sorry to hear about that, man. How you feeling about it an hour today? Seems like a party kind, but no worries if you're doing your own thing. Yeah, so I had to make it be a short stream today because I do have some stuff to get around to. Yeah, probably in like an hour and a half minimum. So yeah. But if things turn around, which I highly, highly doubt, I'll let you know, Blue. But yeah, party definitely sounds like fun, man. Just make Jorkin all day at your job? For real. Imagine getting promoted. You were gonna play, but you're chilling. It was Bugs B-Day. Right. Yeah. I didn't comment, but I was for sure lurking and I saw that. And dude, so I was all like, ain't no way, because Dimps was going straight after Blackjack. And I was like, Blackjack, no. Because Dimps could have won that game had she only stolen 1 star from Bugs. Just 1 star. And that was going to be it. That would have been GG's. Ghazi, thank you so much for that raid. How was the rest of your stream, Ghazi? Hold on. Ghazi, how was the rest of your stream? I saw we were back on Uncharted Waters. Yeah, see, this time around, I'm remembering names, guys. I'm getting better at things. But yeah, guys, go check out Ghazi for the Uncharted Waters online, for the Honkai Railing Waifus, for the art streams as well, for the DVD, which I also heard the latest DVD thing wasn't like crazy. It was they talked about like Springtrap and something else. I think I was lurking in Yoko's, and Yoko has said that it's stuff that we had already known. Or you know what? No, maybe I asked him. But yeah, thank you again so very much for that raid, Ghazi. Welcome on in, everyone. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. I'm Niku, and normally we're back to playing a lot of this game here. But I've been away for a bit. So I wanted to jump straight back into Chaos Child. Because I don't know if, you know, many people care about how intense this story gets, right? How was it again? Let me hold on. Where was it? If anyone cares about how the gruesome murders to pervy high school antics and very detailed analysis of sumo wrestler hairstyles have gone, but I kind of do. I was trying to get around to it because I was like, maybe I could play this off stream because I knew I was gonna have time to play. I just wasn't gonna be able to stream. So I was like, you know what? We'll see what's up. But yeah, is it a visual novel? Yeah. So Chaos Child takes place in the same universe as Steins Gate. If you guys are familiar with that video game. Chaos Head is what kicks off the franchise or the series. But yeah, they're both in the same universe and stuff. So it won't spoil you and be like, oh wow, I should have watched this before this. So yeah, they'll probably mention like, oh, this happened this year, and you'll be like, oh, maybe it's the same year where it happened in this game or something. But yeah. And Pampolini, how's it going? Scary Sight the Faceless, how's it going? Open the gate. I want the trains ran on me. Hey, yo, the Science Adventure series. Yeah, so if you guys are interested, I highly recommend it. I don't recommend the first Chaos Child or Chaos Head because the main character's not my favorite. Not my favorite in the slightest. But yeah, it's a pretty sick series. And yeah, Ghazi, I know you also stream for always a very long time. So guys, again, go show him some love. But Ghazi, if you got to do some post-stream stuff, definitely do. I do appreciate the raid, sending your community up and over to our side, as always. And yeah, how's it going, everyone? Wait. Also, I did lower the dialogue audio or voice audio, just because, yeah, I didn't want it to drown anything out if I was reading over it. So yeah. Oh, Hine's probably around the school. She's in charge of decorating for our class. The cafeteria, maybe. It was Akko who dragged her off. Akko? Who was Akko again? Okay, so we're just asking. She was just here, but then she said she'd help Akari's team. Okay. You see, you still need to watch Steins Gate. Yo, it's such a good watch, Gazi. Highly recommend watching it. So good. Either you want to play the visual novel or watch Steins Gate. Highly recommend it. And you're right, going to lurk as I feel tired. Yeah, sounds good, Gazi. Do what you gotta do, man. Thank you again. And yeah, have a good one, man. Want to wrestle? Unoechi? Isn't she with Haruka? You're leaving already? You should wrestle with us once? Okay. Sure. We're not having any luck finding Arimura. Does she have a lot of friends? Nothing. Just, are you actually really popular? Why? Wait, why? Everybody in the second year class seemed to know who you were. Really? Sarika made a face like she'd only just realized it now. Well, sometimes, you know, you feel like you don't know many people, and then, you know, you're out with someone, and it's like one of the first times that you're out with someone, and then you run into someone that you knew, like, from the past, like from a job or something, and then they'll be like, oh, hey, how are you? And then, you know, that person next to you will be like, wow, aren't you popular? And you're like, my timing's just awful. I wanted to avoid them. Well, I never thought of her as particularly unpopular. But even though we weren't always together, we were together often enough that I was too close to get a sense of something like that. Wait, I think a long time ago, Kurusu once told her, act a little more like a girl. You're wasting your potential. Right, I think she did tell her that. It's nothing. Wait, Onoe, do you really not know who Arimura was? I mean, I don't really know, but she seems like she's pretty well networked around the school. Even if she was in a different class than you, I figured you might know her from some girls group or something. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, and thank you again so very much, Gazi. Yeah, we'll for sure see what we get into with this. Like right now, it's all calm, but I'm sure it's gonna turn into something. You didn't have a name in school? Star! Everyone just called me my sister's sister. I knew of a few rare people like that, but I always tried to be like, you know, sometimes they'll joke about it, but I'll be like, no, I remember your name, even though I don't remember a bunch of people in high school's name anymore. But yeah, I remember that being the case with some people. Brown, I was gonna ask you a question. Are you around by any chance? Also, Jeff, how's it going, Jeff? I see you're hanging out in Prinny's as well. Okay, I'll probably ask Brown again in a bit. Do I remember your name and what you smell like, Jeff? And what you taste like? I mean, I don't really know, but how's it going, Jeff? Hopefully you're well, man. You're good here? Thanks. Let's go, man. And yeah, same here. Other than the heat, can't complain. I saw it was also getting hot by your side, right? Or probably just around the world. We were probably closer to the sun over this past weekend. I can only imagine, because I thought it was just going to be hot here, but no. It seemed to be burning up everywhere. I mean, I don't really know, but she seems like she's pretty well networked around the school. Even if she was in a different class than you, I figured you might know her from some girls' group or something. Girls at high school had to be better connected than anybody else around, right? You're hot every weekend? How's it going, Mama? Did you just wake up, get some good sleeps? Should I wish that were me? Too many people knew me in school, and mainly in elementary school? Were you like, nah, guys, leave me alone. I don't want any of you to know me. Yeah, been good weather, but it's hot there. Is it hot? Wait, It is hot, but there is a breeze. Okay, nice. Yeah, like outside it'll feel alright. My phone says it's hotter, but yeah, being outside is nice. It's just, oh my god, it's such a pain sometimes. You did just wake up, took you forever to sleep. Nice, how was the sleep? Ohayo. Like, why can't I be chill without anyone knowing me? I tried to make it so no one really knew me, but it's like people were attracted to me like a magnet in the friend way. Is that what pissed you off? You were like, I'm a friend magnet? You were all like, guys, if you guys aren't going to understand my love for the waifus, then I don't want you guys to be my friends at all. Okay. Like, you know, you just hold up like an assembly and start off with my fellow degenerates and then say, if you guys are okay with that, stay in the room. And if not, just open the doors and leave. Kind of like me too. You got good sleeps, got your schedule for your new job. Yo, let's go on. Congrats, congrats. Did you wake up and you were like, oh, it's time. Also, Umapio, how's it going, Umapio? I heard you guys were playing Party, but I think I might have missed that one. Because I was chilling for some other parties too, but there's a lot of party going on the last couple of days. It's just some introvert, you know? Nah, I get you. I get you. Sometimes it's like, guys, as much as you guys think, like, I want to hang out, I really don't. Can we come up with an excuse to not hang out, please? I never really thought about class groups or anything like that. That makes sense. Act a little more like a girl. Wait, who am I partying with? Were you not partying with someone like a few days ago? Probably not yesterday. Maybe yesterday, maybe a few days ago? I think I remember something like that. Are you serious? I suddenly heard a voice I remembered. Don't tell me it's that one guy. Was that? I looked next to me and saw that Serikia was clinging onto the window glass and looking down. I looked down and saw someone I knew walking with a group of girls towards the school gate. Wait, what? I looked down and saw someone I knew walking with a group of girls towards the school gate. Okay, let's hurry. Who was it? I told you, I didn't actually tell him I liked him, huh? But you guys are sharing an umbrella, right? You're walking through Shibuya on a rainy night. Knowing you, Akko, are actually knowing how you feel about that guy, it's only a matter of time. Classic. It's only a matter of time. You think so too? Cabbage roll girl? What does that mean? Okay, before I open the tips list, what the heck does cabbage roll girl mean? Also, Ilfinity, how's it going, dude? What do you mean no 72-hour stream? My bad. One of these days, we'll leave VODs running and have the speaker on. One of these days. But what does this mean? And how's it going, Ilfinity? You were also playing that Obscura game, right? Claire Obscura. I keep thinking Obscura and I keep thinking of, not Final Fantasy, Fatal Frame. Luigi as well was good, Luigi. Welcome. Surprisingly, I was friend with lots of girls, kind of including the girl I like, but yeah, I'm that instant friend zone type of person. Coolio, no. Sometimes it's for the best. Sometimes it's for the best. Looks like I'll be off on the weekend, so you can do crab boil next weekend if you want. Okay, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I'll let the family know. Also, the music changed. The music changed, I don't know why. Sharing an umbrella before marriage? For real. How dare they? A girl who may seem shy at first glance, but who can be extremely forceful when it comes to getting what she wants in love. The name comes from the Japanese cabbage roll, which is spiced meat wrapped in cooked cabbage. It's said that the peaceful cabbage on the outside hides the vicious carnivore that lurks within. Okay, so that's why the music changed, right? Not because anything else is gonna happen? No way, is Akko a cabbage roll girl? Is she talking? Are they gonna pick up some supplies? Arimura was walking through the yard with two people who looked like they were her friends. Just like Sarika said, she wasn't helping with the decorations in the yard. She was heading straight for the gate. Should we go talk to her? Should we talk to her? Yeah, no, actually, give me a second. I need to get ready. What should I ask? Is it delusion time? What happened in the hotel, of course. And what did she mean about what she told me? Delusion? Delusion? What about you, Haruka? With Isozaki? Oh, didn't I tell you? Haruka's real close with Shirai right now. Hmm? I had no clue. How? Oh yeah, I made that sharing an umbrella. How can I never be a bride joke in Saber stream? Oh, is he live right now? Or was the whole sharing an umbrella just like common in like anime games and you were like, oh god. Because I know how the hand holding one's a big one. Damn, who's she about to eat? Sheesh. Yeah, going full carnivore mode. No, it's not that big of a deal, really. So how did it happen? Tweeter. He's big into Hekihole bot, and I retweeted a picture from it. So you're a cabbage roll too, huh? I had no idea. No, it wasn't planned. It was a coincidence. It was a coincidence. Nah, he was streaming that highly cultural science game a few days ago. Oh, the DOA? You can't talk about holding hands. That's lewd. No hand holding. No umbrella holding. They're leaving. I know, but what was this huge gap? What's with this huge gap? What, huh? Man, I'm so happy. I just feel so great. Yeah, she just feels so great. She was nothing like the girl I'd seen in the hotel room or even the student council room. She was just a normal teenage girl. And if you ask me, one of the worthless ones who love to talk about things that didn't matter. Okay. Suddenly, Arimura stopped. That's... Bum 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 bum. I knew them. That was the detective who'd visited the interrogation room during our questioning. Oh, I've got to take care of something. Can you get the stuff for me? Arimura suddenly bowed to the other two. They seemed about to say something, but they must have seen the detective and thought better of it. I'll text you later. Okay, which girl are we talking to? Alright, but good delusion? Still, the white bows and the black bows. I'm wondering if that's really her. Because she could be wearing this thing over that, like, tan thing. But whatever. Umbrella sharing is a whole thing in Japan, though. Is it? I didn't know it was, like, that cute. Me and the homies would share umbrellas. But maybe we were just being cute. Her voice sounded different, like someone had flipped a switch somewhere inside her. I know flipping a switch is another one. What kind of case is it today? Oh, that'd be an interesting take. Case, what is going on? An advance notice has been sent to the Julia exhibition that's being held in the Hikariwo tomorrow. Could it be the Phantom Teeth? Lomengiga? Indeed. Yeah, umbrella sharing has massively romantic connotations. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Nikki being cute with the homies. Now you just gotta kiss the homies in the rain? What was I gonna say? Hood Yowie. There we go. I couldn't follow the conversation at all. This time, we can't let him get away. Sheesh. I wish he'd think about my schedule before he started sending out advance notices. Please help us. I just went through all that mess at the Love Hotel. You don't give a girl a break, do you? Hold on, I'm getting a call.
よろしく。中で何してるのかな。
いかがわしいこと？
でもあの男の人刑事さんだよね。
刑事だからって全員が正義の人だとは限らない。
Alright, my bad. Gonna head to bed. Hope you have a great stream. Yo, Jeff, take care, dude. Get some good sleep. Thanks so much for hanging out. We're doing the mod duties. The sleepy mod duties. Appreciate you, man. Hold on, I gotta exit out of this too. Cool. Cool. My bad, I was trying to see what was gonna basically be happening later on. Cabbage roll girl. Wait, Brown, are you back? Are you back and chilling? Kissing the homies in the rain, not the delusions? Yeah, that's right. Now I'm all like, what kind of good delusion are we having? And tried my best not to throw up. You watch Anime Nikki, you know sharing an umbrella is romantic. The guy has to hold the umbrella to make sure the girl isn't getting wet, but her shoulder gets wet. So then everything gets all doki doki. Oh, right. Does that happen in that Tori Doki anime? Or do they try to make it happen and then the guy's all like, well, I'm leaving. Why is bro gotta have the weirdest ass thoughts in his head? Like no one's gonna shake him out of his delusions, right? Like, bro. 5 minutes passed as they stood there and watched. The detective stood there the whole time. And then the back seat opened. When we saw how Arimura was dressed, both Sarika and I fell silent. I'm all set? What the heck? Was she cosplaying a naughty policewoman? Her uniform came complete with a miniskirt. So she'd been changing clothes in the backseat of the car. That makes sense. You're looking pretty good today. Miniskirt investigator? Hine Arimura. Miniskirt investigator. Okay. Thanks for the compliment. Alright, it's off to the crime scene. I did not finish the banana pudding, no. I did not, but if you could make some more for the fam, that would be great. Good delusion, it seems like bad delusion? Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going for. She can violate your rights? Hey, yo. I'm fired from eating? I didn't finish the pudding? I did not. I should have, though. Sarika shook my shoulder. She was blinking rapidly in confusion. Why is Arimura dressed like that? I don't know. Oh, I get it. Arimura is normally a high school student, but that's not all she is. In her secret identity, she is a teenage miniskirt detective, summoned only for important cases, and she always catches the culprit. I had no idea she had such a huge secret. This is a huge scoop. Back to the newspaper club. Alright. So, do you guys want to check out what the bad delusion would be? Or are we fine with miniskirt detective? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. All female officers in the police force will be required to wear tiny mini skirts. Wasteful? Okay, I ate like the majority of everything, okay? I guess I kind of forgot that there was pudding. It was really good though. After I slaved in the kitchen for you, I ate and I appreciate all the good eats. Teenage miniskirt detective. That's my new light novel. Yo, dude, got this headcanon. His headcanon. I don't know what bro's on about sometimes. Oh man. All I gotta say is, bro, if you don't get it together, run it back. This is a good vision. All right. We'll stay with this one. I suddenly realized that Sarika was looking at me in confusion. Yeah? I quickly looked around. Of course, Arimura wasn't wearing a miniskirt uniform. She seemed to be talking about something serious with a detective. Did I just say that out loud? Oh no, that's embarrassing. My face was burning. It was a joke. It didn't really feel like your kind of joke, or maybe you're actually into that? No. Really? You're really not into miniskirt detectives? Forget that. We need to find out what's going on with Arimura and the detective. And if they're talking about miniskirts. Oh man. Sarika was looking at me with cold eyes, but I quickly turned my attention to Arimura's conversation. Sorry, but I don't have a lot of time. I didn't tell them I was a detective, so I hope that's good enough? Huh. It's not about whether you're a detective or not. You realize it's conditional. You know that, right? Sheesh. You can just save and come back. That's what I was saying. Like, you know, we could do that to see the other version, but we'll probably see more death. I don't know. Sometimes I prefer more miniskirts than death. I have Okabe yelling about how the organization is sending assassins after him again, and the game pops up a very detailed definition for chunibyo, which is him, right? Yeah. You get a pretty gift sub? Yo, GG's, huh? Best illusion is no delusions? Just going raw? Tiny mini skirts? Okay. Can we go to a cafe nearby? There's a place not many people know about. Star thanks for the quote. The definition says he is a textbook chunibyo. Yes. Yeah, that's the first place I actually saw that at, and I was like, okay. I think that's like, you know, his thing. That's Okabe. Which, he's probably my favorite chunibyo. I always mispronounce that, as along with a lot of things. But it's so good. The two of them started to walk off. Is she going on a date with a detective? Of course not, they're just talking about the case. And miniskirts. As I stood there and thought, Sarika brought her face right up to mine. It was too close. If the other students saw, they'd get suspicious. And she smelled good. So I wanted her to stop. No, you smell too good. I can't have you near me. For being a detective, he doesn't know shit about people listening, starts telling him true. Niku mispronouncing words 100%. What do we do, Taku? I want to hear what they have to say. I didn't mean to press that. There's no one to press. I pushed her face back just a little and looked toward the direction they'd gone off in. Should we go then? Yeah. She said a nearby cafe, which means even after being damaged by the earthquake, Shibuya was still a mecca for fashion and culture. There were a number of cafes, even just around Hekiho Academy. She said it was one not many people know about. I wonder if she means Cafe LAX. Yeah, that would make sense. The newspaper club went there so often because it was close to the school, but students rarely visited. Pretty smart comment coming from you, Onoe. Yeah, you're kind of sus.
められた。
I got a compliment.
いや、そんなに褒めてないからな。
No, not really. What the? We nodded at each other's as we went through the gate.
よし、行くぞ。
All right, let's go.
オッケー。
Hashtag lurk. Thanks for the hashtag
お
lurk.
主たちか。いつもの席は
Oh,
今
it's
さっき
you,
埋
the
まって
most anime-looking one of them all. Double-edged compliment, double-sided compliment. You two, your usual seats taken. I tried to motion the waitress to get her to understand.
あの、
Serika and I finally succeeded in getting our point across.
ふむ。
I see. All right, come this way. Whatever the wording is, I don't know. I got you. I got you. With a perceptiveness that bellied her ridiculous appearance, she led us to a seat near the entrance, far from our usual spot. If we put up a newspaper, maybe they couldn't spot us. We sat down and spread out a newspaper to hide our faces. I ordered myself my usual mountain view and Serika her grapefruit juice. Serika drew her shoulders in to make herself harder to spot.
聞こえる？
Can you hear them? Would that make maybe, right? I peeked out a little over the newspaper and motioned for her to be quiet, then listened.
ここは
People from Hekiho not come here?
だと思います。
Think so. Okay, that's them, now this is us? Good, it was a little hard to hear, but I could make it out. I was still amazed to find out that anyone from Hekiho but us knew this place. Okay.
それで、
So what's this about? I'm cooperating with the interrogations.
さっき初
I
めて
just
見たな
realized this a moment ago,
君は
but you're a
壁
very
ほどは
different
随分
person
と
at
表情が
Hekiho,
違
aren't
うん
you?
だな
Arimura frowned a little.
取り調べに対
You're
しては
talking
黙
during the
秘こそしていないも
interrogations
の
now,
の
but you're
徹底して
continuing to be
平坦な
completely
調子を
passive,
貫
I'm
いている
told.
そうだが
By interrogations, he must mean they were asking her about what she was doing at the Love Hotel. What was that, a file?
2年3組有村ひなえ
Hine
16歳
Arimura, class 2-3, came to Hekiho Academy in 2014, lead of the literature club, chipper and
友達
sociable.
の成績は中の中
Average grades, no arrest record, no trouble with the authorities at school.
学園側から提出
This
され
is
た
what
君
the
の
school
資料
gave us on you, besides you and a basic
こちら
profile
側で
of
調べ
the
た
police
簡単な
built.
君のプロフィ
We
ー
know
ル以外
nothing about the case.
何も覚えていませんの
Since you keep telling us you don't remember anything, what if she actually doesn't? The detective leaned back in his chair. I couldn't see his expression from here, but I could guess he was frowning.
少しは壁法にいる時のように社交的に振る舞えない
Could you at least be as sociable as you are at Hekiho? The police are doing everything they can to... Uh-huh.
嘘です。
That's a lie. Her words were sharp. Arimura was glaring at the detective as she found his presence extremely unpleasant. Damn!
そうだった
That's right, I'm sorry.
すまない
The detective bowed his head just a little. I couldn't see his expression. Okay. What?
自分とその協力者
And
は
I and the person helping me are doing everything we can to solve this case.
少なくと
If
も
nothing else, we are not your enemies. Arimura fell silent for a moment, as if considering his words. All-Star, how's it going? What are they talking about?
別に。
I'm not
取り調べに
deliberately being
対して非協
uncooperative
力的
with
な
the
態度を取る
investigation.
つ
I
も
just
りは
can't
ありま
answer
せ
the
ん。
question.
ただ、
When I say I have no
答えようがない
memories of what
だけです。
happened before, during, and
事件
after the
前後の
incident,
記
I'm
憶が
telling
な
the
いの
truth.
は本当。
では
So,
それ以
is there
外のこと
anything
に関
else you
して
can tell us?
こち
For
らに言えることは
instance,
ない
about your relationship with
例えば
Hironi
殺された
Kakita,
柿田
the
博美
murder
との関係
victim.
については
Oh, we're actually getting this information? My heart started beating faster.
タク？
The murder victim? The police had declared the Love Hotel incident revolving dead as suicide. I leaned forward even more. I couldn't afford to miss of this
こちらっ
word.
ていうのは、
By us, you mean yourself and the
新
other
庄さん
person,
とあの人たちっ
correct?
てことですよね。
ああ警察は関係な
Yeah,
い
the police have nothing to do with this. The other person? Oh, okay. Arimura thought for a
柿
second.
田さんとは
Kakita was helping me.
協力。
協力というと
Helping you?
あの
With
件に
that
ついて
issue?
もちろんそうです。
Yes, of course. We would sometimes meet in a place where we could be anonymous and exchange information.
どうやって知り合った
How did you meet him?
どうした
What's wrong?
兄の。
He was a friend of my brother's. Your brother was caught in the earthquake and...
やめてください。
Stop it.
兄や。
My brother, my family has nothing to do with this. Arimura's voice sounded genuinely pained. The detective fell silent for a moment, allowing her words to echo through the room. All right.
Hi, Shinjo.
Okay. Bro forgot that extreme stress or situations/traumatic experiences can make you forget things. True. They're gonna need Detective Conan to help. Miniskirt Detective Conan. That's the mystery clue of the week. Miniskirts. We gotta run with what we got. You know. That's a very important detail. Get it ready. The detective stood up. So that's all the information we got. Okay. Let me hydrate a little more too.
Ah, そうだ。その前に、これに見覚えはないか?
The detective took out something like a file. What's going on? And Arimura jerked backwards and looked away, frowning.
おい、どうした?
どうした? I know, but I don't like that sticker. It's a sumo wrestler sticker? Did she say sticker? What about it? She was still looking away and she sped out the words. Just be careful, you're running in a miniskirt? Yeah, it's not... Do you think that's what happens? You know, you summon like the magic... What is it? 7 miniskirts? And they summon Shenron? Summon quite a few Shenrons, huh? You're aware that the video taken at the scene at the Love Hotel was uploaded to the internet, right? It seems it was uploaded from a free Wi-Fi spot in Shibuya, and we still haven't found the guy who did it, but the sticker was placed right where we believe the camera had to have been. Do you know anything about it? Who hates sumos? I don't know, they're trying to blame, or, you know, I guess, blame the sumo stickers. No, not really, just that it's creepy. You see them all over town, right? Close that thing up, please! Arimura refused to look at it. Maybe she's seen its third eye also open. The detective put it away. I'm sure there's no way this thing has anything to do with the case. This time, he turned to go for real. From now on, please try to be a little bit more cooperative with the guys from the station. Okay, I told you there's nothing I can say to them. Why? You don't have to tell them anything, but some of the brass aren't happy with your conditional release. They prefer to do things by the book. If you're so chipper and cheerful at Hekiho, it should be easy for you, right? Arimura sighed a very expressive sigh. I meant because you'll flash your panties everywhere, and a girl's panties are her soul. Flashing her soul around. That's the best part, though. Just so we're clear. It's really hard for a teenage girl to act like a teenage girl these days, you know? Is she actually not like a 400-year-old dragon? Crap. Good, they didn't spot us. By the way, there are no others like you as of now, right? Nope. No others like you? Come back soon. That scared me. Shouldn't we leave before Arimura does? You're right. Things could get complicated if she caught me listening in. I paid for our drinks and headed for the exit. Just as I was able to leave, she catches us. Okay, whose problem is it then? Arimura was all the way in the back, but I could hear her voice clearly. October 6th, 2015, Tuesday. 9 p.m. in front of Shibuya Station. The place was as crowded and noisy as ever. The footsteps of people rushing to the station to get home after work, the voices of people talking into their phones about where to meet for drinks, the screams of joy as old friends were reunited. And it all blends together, and it all had an effect on anyone who passed through it. even for a moment. 6 years after the Shibuya quake, the city had been rebuilt to the point where there was nothing left to remind you of it. Okay. 400-year-old alien vampire model of nanomachines? Yes. They're going to come up with something like that, right? Also, wait. Is that supposed to be like a gun there? No, right? It just... the shape of it? Okay. Everything was up and running again up until a few years ago. Many people would stop and stare and wonder of how everything was new, but not anymore. The slogan of the restoration efforts, Shibuya is City Reborn, had such an effect on people that the past was beginning to be forgotten. At least for people who weren't in Shibuya during the earthquake. It looks like a gun to you. That's what I was like, are they trying to, you know, hint at something? Just a 1-minute walk away from the station. Was the Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. Kurusu made sure to visit once every week. She would put a flower down by the name of her best friend from elementary school and pray silently. It was only a short distance from the heart of the city, but the noise and commotion didn't reach this place. This place was somberly constructed and pure, as if it wanted to be separated from all that. Today was October 6th. The quake was on November 6th, so this is the same day of the month? Okay, maybe that's why there were so many flowers? Some of them were lying scattered on the ground. There was no one around. Sometimes people would come out around 10:30 p.m. when the earthquake struck, but other than that, the place was mostly empty at night. Or is he just happy to see you? Kurusu went around the area grabbing all these scattered flowers she could see, putting them on nearby days? She'd done it many times before. It was all part of her routine. What did I do? Kurusu was thinking about what had happened a few days before, about her younger brother, Miyashiro.
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Yeah, it's that same line, just without the text. She'd heard it clearly. Hine Arimura had said those words to Miyashiro. No, that was impossible. There was no way her brother was about to get caught up in something because of what he learned. Maybe. That happens. A sudden wind blew the flowers out of her hand. They scattered away from her. Watch that be us. In like an alternate timeline being like, get out of here. All she could do was watch. For a moment, she tried to reach out and grab them, but her hand clawed uselessly at the air. Before the feelings overwhelmed her, she turned toward the place where her friend's name was carved. She rubbed it gently. The familiar sensation came to her through her fingers. What do I do? But the name Senri Minamisawa just echoed the question back to her. Well, that's a response. Not the best response. Yeah, I think I like it. It's rare for you to get such a good angle. Come on, man. You just so you know, that was a pain to put up. Did you hang it up somewhere? Oh, on some kind of metal pipe or something stuck along the wall. Are we gonna go check it out? No. You mean a drain sprout? It takes the water that builds up on the roof and no one cares. I used my money to pay for the rubber bands. I used it to tie it up. Pay me back tomorrow. Fair. Fair. We built a toaster oven that can send wind back in time. Yes. Yes. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, we'll talk about more about that later. Just because it's such a good meme. And I also forget the line. But it's such a good meme. What? You're the one who decided to put it there? And this was your idea. What do you call him? President Miyashiro. Chatting? Just chatting? Just so you know, we're all taking turns picking up the data. Anyway, it's really a pain to have to go there and pick it up. Couldn't you get one that transmits wirelessly? They're expensive. And if we tried to do wireless from there all the way to Hekiho or this place, that'd be a huge pain.
そっちは
So what about you?
有村さんだよ。
Did you get to see her? We did, in a miniskirt. I guess it depends on how you look at it.
明日話すよ。
I'll tell you tomorrow. I got some interesting information.
なんだよ。
What? Tell me now.
今言えよ。
そろそろ
It's almost time for
渋谷
Shibuya
ニュースの放送が始まるんだよ
News broadcast.
え
There's a broadcast today? You should have been more careful.
ちゃんと全部
You
チェ
need
ック
to
し
check
てよ
everything more carefully. It
今日の
was at the
更新
very
文の
bottom
最
of
後に
today's
書いてあった
update.
ぞ。
Club member
どうぞ
Ito.
やかましい。
Shut up. He hung up on me angrily. I put the phone down and checked the time. About 5 more minutes. I opened Shibuya News and waited for the broadcast to start. After that, Arimura had waited about an hour before she'd come out of Cafe LAX. I thought about pretending to run into her, but I didn't want to go up to her too fast and have her find out I was listening. As I waited for the right moment, she got in a taxi and left. She was probably heading to the Shibuya police station for an interrogation. Would bro not just take her? I guess they want to be like low-key about it, right? I don't know. This was amazing. I wasn't able to talk to Arimura, but I knew I'd managed to get much more important information. There was a lot about their conversation I didn't understand, but I was right about one thing. The police were treating the incidents, or at least revolving dead, as murders.
いや
No, maybe not the police. That detective, Shinjo, was it? He seemed to be acting separately from the rest of the police force. As he had some kind of secret about it, he shared with Arimura. But more importantly than that, and more importantly than anything,
今に出てきたシー
the
ン
sticker he was talking about had to be the sumo sticker. From what he'd been saying, I was sure of it. And while he knew about the sumo stickers, he didn't seem to realize their importance. Maybe he hadn't realized that they were at the other two crime scenes. Maybe he did though. Good. I really was one step ahead of the police. This is my big chance. If I keep it up, I might be able to learn more about the case than anyone else. More than the ignorant kids getting ready for the festival. Okay? More than the people who had to cling to the internet for information. More than even the police. More than Kawahara, the jerk who called me a pretend reporter, and more than the rest of the class who called me a camera kid.
情弱を
I'll show all
全員
those
に
wrong
返して
siders. It's now 12 a.m., October 7th, 2015. Welcome, Minasan. I'm Kei, your host.
皆様ようこそいらっしゃいませ。
Shibuya Newsnet Radio started just like it had said it would. Kei's voice was as pleasant and clear as ever. The last broadcast was after the Love Hotel incident, so it would have been September 30th. It had been about a week.
まとわりつく暑さは
That awful muggy heat is finally going away. I wish it was completely gone. The news is right. The temperature should be good for a while. I hope you're all enjoying the weather. As I listened to her voice read out all the latest information from Shibuya, I grabbed a magazine off of the cabinet shelf. It was a back issue of Cool Cat Press that I'd brought, or rather, been forced to buy from Gen. Just like with Kei's broadcast, it had been a while since I'd spent any time with this. Okay. I paged through it, looking for an interesting article. It was still mostly junk. 10 ways to make your ideal girl like you. How to tell your ideal girl you like her. What to say to your ideal girl to get her into your ideal bed. Etc., etc. There were a lot of articles that were of no interest to me whatsoever. Nope, none at all. As I carefully read through these articles, which did not interest me at all, I found a small section in the back that was something a little different. Roshach will reveal her naked heart? How to know exactly what she was thinking? The article consists of strange symmetrical drawings in black ink, along with commentary from a psychoanalyst about what each said about your personality. Or at least, it was someone who claimed to be a psychoanalyst. And at the very end, there were even diagrams on how to use these pictures to see how popular you were or how compatible you were with a certain girl.
もう何でもあり
This magazine's got everything, right? Doesn't it? I whispered to myself. Oh, are we gonna take the test? Oh, that's a lot of reading. a famous type of projective personality test invented by a Swiss psychologist. A projective test is one which gives the subject a stimuli which can be interpreted in multiple ways and uses their response to learn more about what they're thinking or who they are. In the Rorschach test, I guess, ink is dripped onto a paper, which is then folded to create a symmetrical image, and this image is then shown to the test subject and their response is recorded. The Rorschach, I'm gonna get this correct one day, images always come in a set of 10 cards, and the use of these sets requires a great deal of knowledge and skill. Much research has been done on the use of Rorschach cards since their invention. I was gonna say another word, and their use continues today. Okay. Rorschach? Is it like Shack? Rorschach? Thanks, Star. Also, Zaiden, how's it going, dude? I'm reading correctly. Rorschach. The Rorschach test was a famous personality test. The test involved pouring black ink. Wait, yeah, we know this. Spreading around to create a strange symmetrical shape. Different people would see the shape as a dog's head or as a man and a woman kissing. And what you saw told you about your personality. Well, this reminds me of like two different things. This kind of reminds me of like a moth. I could say maybe this is kind of reminding me more so of like a kingdom or something. And then a Pokemon. But the idea of using it to determine your popularity or compatibility with a certain girl was just so stupid I had to laugh. Two bears high-fiving. This one's a sheep, huh? Let me see, if you saw this as a fur-covered animal like a sheep, you have a strong urge to hide your real desires. Girls say that they don't know what you're thinking about, are cautious around you. Your popularity rating is 20 out of 100? I snapped back to my senses. That was close. I almost did the whole test. Oh no. I tossed the magazine on my desk. And then, as if she'd been waiting for me to finish, Kei's voice became a little more serious. Now then, we've gone over a lot of the happenings in Shibuya today, but it's time to get to the point. I'm holding this broadcast today because I wanted to introduce you to a certain article. The point? What article was she talking about? I listened intently to Kei's words. The article's about something I talk about quite a lot on my site and during these broadcasts. That's right. The strange incidents that are happening in Shibuya right now. I've told you before that these events are occurring on the same dates as the New Generation Madness, but this video points out another thing they have in common. What? Had someone other than us noticed? This is the address. I clicked the link she posted immediately after I saw it. Nikonia. They didn't do anything too crazy, right? Someone moved my Advil? No! Are you going to like burst out and be like, I know someone took it. Who was it? I see two bears high-fiving. Yeah, hopefully you're able to find it soon, Star. It was an address for a Nikonia video. The few seconds it took to load felt like an eternity. His heart was probably like pounding. Crap. There it is, huh? Huh? I saw the thumbnail for the video and quickly turned away, and then grabbed my phone. Are you listening to the Shibuya news? Watch it now. She's reporting on her video. Hayaku, so like hurry. October 7th, 2015, Wednesday. Sakura Kacho Shibuya. Trustworthiness investigation company Frisia. Okay. It was on a slightly different part of the cabinet, just it's always at the same spot. That's it for tonight. Thank you for listening in. This has been your host, K. K-san. K-san. It will soon be 12:22 a.m. on October 7th. I pray you spend tomorrow in a way you won't regret. Kunosato gave her usual sign-off at the end of the broadcast. She stretched expansively, her shoulders cracking as the stretch passed through her entire body. Yeah. She knew that acting like a proper lady was the way to get listeners from these guerrilla radio broadcasts, but it still felt like she was taking things too far. After almost 100 times, she was used to it, but she'd never finished a broadcast without feeling exhausted. Good work, Mio. Want some coffee? Why do you seem familiar? Like not from this game, but from somewhere else. Shinjo watched stunned as Mio leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and accepted a coffee from Momose. From Arimusa this afternoon, and now this. What's going on with the young girls these days? Okay. You know what? Maybe Taku wasn't the only one with the mini skirt delusion. Spend tomorrow in a way you won't regret. That's ominous. 100%. She sure didn't like a girl who'd been speaking into a computer microphone with a pleasant voice just a moment ago. Well, doesn't he know who she is? 'Cause she was with us. I remember that.
So, 何をしていたんだ今のは。
情報の発信だ。他に何がある？
Broadcasting information. What else? Telling people to be worried, very worried, without telling them to be very worried.
Huh?
That made no sense. Broadcasting information. Well, I can understand why it might not make sense, Shinjo. Mose glanced over at Kunosato. Mio is one of the best information brokers. Her day job is being a scientist, though. Yeah, easy going from scientist to, broadcaster.
Huh? その年でですか?
Yeah, at her age? That's right. She's a genius who skipped several grades to go work at an American lab. Just casual, right? I'm just talented. Real geniuses are on a whole nother level, a whole different level altogether. You mean the girl who was helping you? The one you talked to on the phone all the time? Kunosato nodded and started to massage her shoulders. Tired shoulders. He'd had no idea. He'd thought she was pretty grown up for a 17-year-old, but what do you research? Miniskirts? Does my personal data have anything to do with the case? No, but it's right here. Mimosa pointed at Shinjo's head. The head? Quantum brain dynamics. Yeah, that's where I was going to next. The name given to a scientific field that attempts to explain brain activity, particularly human consciousness, from a quantum mechanical perspective. Classic. What's she doing at Hekiho? Hekiho is located in Shibuya, and it's a perfect place to research Chaos Child Syndrome, right? Can we get to the point? Without waiting for Shinjo or Mimosa to agree, she continued. Did Arimura have anything to say about the sumo stickers? She's not very polite to me. He sighed to himself. Hey, no, I don't know why you care, but all she said was that she found them creepy. Are you sure? Yeah, why would you care so much? Come to think of it, you were just saying something about the stickers, weren't you? He thought back to how different Kunosato's voice was when she was on the radio. What were you doing? I told you, broadcasting information. Why don't you give him a real explanation? You're going to be working with him until the case is solved, after all. Are we going to get to a monologue about information field theory? That's what I'm waiting on right now. She's going to tell us that, and that's going to be the entire thing. That's going to be her explanation, huh? Kunosato didn't bother to hide her displeasure at Mimosa's interruption. It's give and take, right? I hope there's at least something of value for me to take. It was enough to piss Shinjo off. Listen, you need to learn to respect your elders. Do you know what this year's study aid about media usage rates? 70% of people get their news from the internet. For teenagers, it's 80%. For those in their 20s and 30s, it's 90%. In all cases, it's a higher percentage that then gets their news from TV. If you limit yourself to urban areas only, the percentages are even higher. Less than 10% of people in their teens and 20s read a daily newspaper. That figure hasn't changed much in the last 2 years. Over half... Do they actually? Over half of middle school students have a smartphone. 95% of high school kids do. And if you have a smartphone, you're using the internet. Wait, what are you talking about? How many people do you think rely solely on the internet for their information? All of them? So what's happening now? I had to go to the bathroom, and you know how that would be to her chest. All right, sounds good, Kulu. Yeah, welcome back, dude. To get caught up a little bit, from when you left off, we were in the cafe, right? We found out that this girl here, Kunosaru, was reporting also on the stickers. Or at least I believe she was. I don't think too much and more important stuff happened. There was no talk about miniskirts. What else did we do? I don't think we did a lot. Yeah, because we were just here. This guy showed up to talk to her, but you know, clearly she was with him when we were in that hotel investigating, and we're with Momose. A disturbing number of people get all their news from TikTok. I've heard of that too. If it's not like TikTok, it's like Twitter. But what else? No one's died. Our homie Ito put a camera, I believe, in the train station where we saw all the other sumo wrestler stickers. What else? Trying to think of like other important information. But the main character was listening to this person's broadcast, Kay's broadcast. So he's a little scared that now he's not the only, or that his team is not the only one with that information about the sumo wrestler stickers. So I guess they're going to try to see how she found out. Maybe she also saw it when she was at the Love Hotel? It was the homepage of a major newspaper dated yesterday. There is an article about a Shibuya resident suing Koshin for invasion of privacy. I caused this. One of the members of a group opposed to the surveillance society is a Twitter addict. Okay, I made a bunch of similar accounts and homepages, each of which looked like it was created by a different person. Then, I pointed them to a favorable judicial precedent to make it look like a bunch of people were telling him he was a victim. Since he still seems reluctant over the weekend, I recorded some rude behavior by someone at Koshin and got the whole internet mad about it. And the result, I didn't read it, was this, she said as she tapped on the PC. No way. Back then, what is this, 2015? Were PCs still wide? Or were people, or like PCs, were monitors still like super thick? Or were they like starting to like slim them down? Because I don't remember. I think at 2012, at least in our schools, they were still like pretty wide. Like kind of that, you know, that dump truck. When a person relies on the internet for their information, they'll accept any offline source that confirms their neutral bias. I'd be willing to bet that he never read anything about the relevant case law because, besides what I pointed out to him. Not that I had ever seen his face, Konosato continued, the way she spoke alone was enough to make Shinjo believe she was telling the truth. Thick monitors? Yeah, do you guys remember when you guys got like your first slimmed down model or monitor or curved monitor? Why would you do something like that? Mose told you that Koshin is probably up to something, right? I agree. So I'm trying to damage their public image as much as possible and...
私が今欲しいのは力士シールに関する情報だ。
Laugh or die? This one kind of reminds me of Hatsune Miku. Like, you know, you got the blue hair and then like the red things that go around the tails. Huh. What I want now is information on the sumo stickers. The screen was indeed showing pictures of a sumo wrestler. And then, the Hekiho Academy newspaper club. Shinjo's gaze landed on a phrase in the video's introduction. Wasn't that where those kids who snuck into that love hotel went? I told them not to get involved. His tone was irritated as he remembered the faces of the boy and the girl. The boy and the girl? Is he talking about us? Kunosato, however, seemed to find it rather entertaining. Yeah, my first monitor sucked. It buzzed. I told my dad, he just said, monitors don't buzz. Yeah, I got, well, you know, it was a gift. So I was given a TV. And then, of course, it was buzzing from where, like, the back where you connect the power cable to. And I was like, I don't think this is good. I don't want it to like randomly say, whoop. Bzz. I don't want it to like, you know, electrode on me. It had a very audible buzz. Yeah, mine too. Like you could really notice it around, well, you know, as soon as you turned it on, it was like lightly. And then whenever you went to like a channel or something, it's like, bruh. Seems like people don't realize anything can happen even if you say something doesn't happen. They're like, believe me, don't believe me. Oh, hold on. Okay. They're pretty perceptive. I tend to take advantage of that where I can. In the next, let's say 12 hours, this video is going to be flooded with information on the sumo stickers. That was why I spread the information during my broadcast. After what she just told him about her dealings with Koshin, he couldn't help but believe her. But what if she has another plan? What is it, Shinjo?
Yeah.
He realized he must have been looking at Momose for an answer. Who was this girl? No, Shinjo, you can't try and seduce Mio. Is that really what he was going with? What are you talking about? He felt his cheeks turn red at this entirely unexpected response. No, I'm not blushing because he guessed what I was thinking. What? I know that. You've got a long ways to go. Arimaru hasn't found any more like her, right? Kunosato interrupted. That's what she said. Which means the only person we know about who's a potential target is Arimura herself. And we don't know why, but it'll probably take place on October 10th. Yeah. Oh, she seduced me? October 10th. The date of the vampire incident 6 years ago. If we have to, we can use her to set a trap. Not that we know for sure she's a target, but... We can't do that! Shinjo slammed his fist down on the desk and glared at Kunosato. So, that was going too far, even for him. But... Instead of getting scared, Kunosato glared back at him with an expression he'd never seen before. Her face was cold and dangerous, like the blade of a knife. She looked more like one of the people he'd arrested than anyone he'd saved. You're helping me solve this case, right? Just so we're clear, when I need you to follow my orders, you will. And just so we're clear, Kunosato put her hands on the desk and drew closer to him.
私がまず
The
殺したの
person in the world I want to kill is the one behind these incidents.
その次は
And after that, it's Arimura and her ilk?
そいつらだ。
めんどくさいな。
What a pain. Yeah. Ito whispered as he turned the camera around the room and wholeheartedly agreed. I wholeheartedly agreed. We're in our classroom after all. The Culture Festival is just 3 days away, and from this afternoon until the day of the event, classes were cancelled to allow more time for the preparations. The rest of the class must have been getting excited because they were making even more noise than usual as they started moving around the desks and furniture. Since this marked the start of real preparations for the Culture Festival, the newspaper club needed to go around and take more footage of the rest of the school. We'd been on our feet all afternoon. Ilk, huh? Pretty strong word for talking about some kid. Well, we'll see. Maybe she's just a kid too. Maybe she really is 17. I didn't have time for this right now. What a nuisance. Ito whispered as he saw a crowd glancing at us from a corner of the room.
え、マジ
What, seriously?
必死すぎじゃん。
That's pathetic? So those guys upload stuff to Nikoniya, really? How sad do you have to be to rip off someone else's work? We didn't rip off anybody. Damn those wrong-siders. Didn't they look at the timestamp? You know, I didn't realize they all watch Nikoniya so much. Our class's exhibit for the Culture Festival was a Ghetto Froggy Cafe, right? Yeah. It was an article by that Watabe guy that made Ghetto Froggy get popular again. So a lot of them knew who Watabe was. Is that why? Ito sighed again. He was probably getting sick of the glances and whispers he'd been getting since lunchtime. So was I.
Miyashiro. 何ですか?
The look on Kawahara's face said I had better things to do than waste my time with you right now. How far are you going to go with the footage of the preparations of the Culture Festival? So that's what he wanted to talk about. Well, yeah, how was I supposed to answer that? We were just recording video, so there was really no point when it was finished. And please stop looking at me like that. What? How far are you? Oh, well... Stuff's coming along fine. Is there an issue? Someone suggested it might look nice if we have the video of the preparations playing in the background during the closing ceremony. Can you get that ready? Ito put his hand on my shoulder. Sure can, right? Yeah, probably. You heard him. Alright, we'll go over the details tomorrow. Huh? I found myself speaking to Kawahara as he turned to leave. I didn't have time for... No, nothing. Kawahara looked irritated that I'd stopped him. Let's go, Karusu. Karusu? Uh-oh, she does not look well. It's like a facepalm, not like this, but I'm either sick or sensing something. Karusu seemed to be thinking about something. It wasn't clear if she heard him or not. And she suddenly looked at me.
Takuru.
For once, Karusu seemed uncertain about what to say. Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd talked to her since the incident with Arimura.
ちょっと来て。
Wait. She dragged me out of the corner of an empty hallway. I shook her hand off my arm. What's wrong? Karusu cradled my hand as I'd shaken off protectively.
あれから
Well, this isn't even a delusion. Have you met Arimura since then? Crap. Since then? You mean since we met in the school council room? She nodded. No, I haven't. That wasn't a lie. I hadn't spoken to her directly after all.
そう。
I see. So what? Is there something wrong with Arimura? Karusu remained silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. And then... You uploaded a video about those cases, right? Delete it now.
アップしたでしょ。
Had she been checking our page?
事件を追うのも
And give up on the
やめなさい。
case too. You learned your lesson with the Love Hotel, didn't you?
確かに
It's true, the police took me into custody, but they didn't.
取り返しのつかない
Something
こと
really
になる
bad could
可能性
happen
だ
to you. There was something different about the way she talked. Her whole personality was different than usual. It wasn't forceful. She was lecturing me, but instead of looking at me in the eyes, she was cradling in her arm. Wait, what? But instead of looking at me in the eye, she was cradling her arm. It was if she was speaking to herself, not to me. For the first time since I had left the orphanage, I thought I might be able to win an argument with her.
危ないことはして
I'm
ない
not doing anything dangerous. The video I uploaded was just the newspaper club, what the newspaper club does normally, right?
今
A lot of people are watching that video now. I'm not like those people who can only write comments about it.
またそんなこと
Are you still talking about that? You're not a kid anymore.
部室に行く
I'm going to the club room. If you're heading back to the classroom, tell Ito I'll be waiting for him. I turned around without waiting for her answer. When I'd gotten a good distance away, she said,
タクル
You aren't any different from anyone else. You're just a teenage boy. That probably broke his heart more than anything, huh? Hey, wasn't the guy who told bro he had a delusion about beating his ass? Yeah. One was pantsing him, and I think the other one was beating his ass. Yeah, the same guy. The same guy. About pantsing or beating up. The negative delusion, I think, was beating him up. Her voice wasn't as strong as usual, but there was no trace of anything like kindness in it either. I didn't stop walking. A minute later, Ito ran up to me, and we walked to the club room together. Ito asked me if something had happened, but I told him that wasn't the case.
あ、やっと来た
You're finally here. You're late, guys.
悪い
Sorry, what's going on?
さっきもう
We just broke 100,000 and there's over 5,000 comments.
マジで
You're serious? Ito raced over to the PC that Serika was looking at.
マジじゃん
You're serious? Hey, Miyashiro.
おい
Calm down. 100,000 isn't a big number.
震えてんじゃん
You're shaking, man. Shut up. She's right. We broke 100,000. Yesterday, the video only had 5 views, and now it had over 100,000. Actually, it was getting close to 110,000. Seriously? The cause was obvious. The Nikonia video that had been updated this morning,
渡部の記
it
事のコメント
was... What about the comments on Watabe's article?
さっき見た感じ
When
じゃ
I looked before,
緊張してる
there was a big
雰囲気だったけど
flame war going on. Oh, now we get the flame war going on? Positive is getting into his pants? Yes. Oh, man. He is different. He is the pro tag. Yeah, he's not as bad. Sarika, open the page. Tell you the truth, I'm really excited about this update. I haven't been this fired up as a journalist in a long time. Today I'm bringing you, my dear fans, an investigation into Shibuya Sumo stickers. And what's more, I know something you don't. Some of the stickers have something in common. I know you're going to have a lovely today's news. You're going to love today's news. To read the latest update of today's news with Tomoki Watabe, just click here. You won't regret it. I always knew he'd do something like this. A miscreant, Watabe, die. You can suck my dick. Wow. Don't let him get your guard down. Watabe is a shitlord. Buy here? Yep, it still is. 1 out of every 3 or 4 comments on the article is criticizing it. All this hate against Watabe? Yeah. Oh, Brown, I was going to ask if you were ever on the TikTok site today. Was the audio level sounding okay? Just out of curiosity. Well, that's uncalled for. I took a quick look at them. Fakers? A word invented by Miyashiro. Is it really now? It refers to someone who brags about knowing information easily available with a simple internet search, who writes comments with inaccurate information and pretends to be a right-sider. In Miyashiro's mind, their words are no different than meaningless scribblings, and he considers all fakers to be wrong-siders. Let me get on TikTok. Mainly been lurking on the YouTube side. Oh, okay, no, I appreciate you. I just would want to know, how the audio's sounding like. But if you're cool there, that's all fine too. Just because I kind of had to like adjust things for I think when we were doing, what's it called, a PC game invented by him. That's what I mean. But yeah, just because I don't know how loud the game would be, just because it's different with the studio. Most of them are fakers. The comments are linked to tweeters, so I'm seeing stuff from people who didn't even look at the article. Also, by any chance, are we buffering at any point? Is everything okay? Because I have to turn my fan on to the highest so it could work decently. So yeah. It was this morning when we realized that something was going on with the view count on the video we uploaded. After Shibuya News had linked to it, the views had gone up by almost 10,000 overnight. That in itself was a big deal. It was getting views faster than anything. Audio is nice and crisp on the TikTok side. No buffering on YouTube or TikTok. Yo, sweet. Thanks, Brown. Thanks for checking in, man. Appreciate you. Niku turning his fans on. You know, you got to. Especially in this heat. Oh, man. Sometimes all I have on too are just fans. I have to turn like everything off. I don't know if today's warmer because I have the PC on. Nah, man, go play ESO 2 instead, for real, dude. Than any video in the club's history. But this was to be expected. Kei had a lot of followers. After the broadcast had ended around midnight, Ito, Sekida, and I had easily and quickly got in touch on our smartphones. We'd stayed up until close, so dawn watching the numbers go up. Well, I get that, you know? You're just like, oh man, this video's doing numbers. Let's see how high it goes, you know? It's insane, man. It is insane sometimes. Also, I like the new TikTok profile picture. I don't know, pray. Dude, I've been meaning to update that picture for such a long time. It just wasn't letting me do it on my PC. I had to do it through my iPhone. But thank you. Yeah, we finally got the prey up there. Just as we decided to see when these new viewers were coming from, we noticed a comment from one of the videos saying, I came from Watabe's article. Ooh. Yeah, like one time we actually uploaded a video of soju and it popped off like crazy. I'm pretty sure that's our most seen video, at least on TikTok. And I remember waking up the following morning like, what the hell was this? Should I do more soju videos? But yeah, I guess it was more so a special type of soju, right? Because it was Jamaica or hibiscus. So it's a pretty neat mix. This is the article they were referring to. Nikoniya's web reporter Watabe had figured out that the sumo stickers were being placed near the crime scenes. And he had never before seen a photo of the room at the Love Hotel from the revolving death incident. And in that photo... What? A certain common points? I was the first to find it. Watabe had realized that the photo contained a sumo sticker, and that the other crime scenes had sumo stickers nearby as well. He'd written up his findings in an article and published it. As a result, people had come over to our video that discussed the same topic. 100,000's a new record, right? The vice president's videos on the Shibuya restoration got 50,000, and that was our old record. And I think back then too, like during that time, wouldn't 50,000 be a lot because not everybody was using it? Like, I know some people were using like their PSPs and stuff like that, but to read news? That's true, but it's not just the content of the article itself. It's more that so many people are claiming that Watabe ripped us off. Come on, dude, still, 100,000 is 100,000, and in so little time, we're getting tons of comments too. Well, that's true. Also, it depends on how their, what's the thing called? Algorithm works, right? Still, it was hard for me to be happy. The reason we were getting so many views and comments was the contents of Watabe's article were so similar to ours. Not many viewers seemed to think that we were amateurs who just happened to put something together similar to Nikoniya News. But is there a reason? We'll see. We'll see. Nika, do you remember that time I came over and we started watching TV in your bed and we fell asleep while holding? I should stop talking now. Did I still have that buzzing TV? How's it going, Jacob? That buzzing TV I was talking about a little earlier? A lot of people were enjoying the scandal of Watabe, the up-and-coming reporter, plagiarizing an amateur video. It was true we'd uploaded our video before Watabe. That was obvious from the timestamps. Well, some of our classmates seemed to think that we had ripped off Watabe, though. It's like a flame war marketing. I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing over there. A marketing strategy that involves starting a flame war to increase sales or awareness of a product. A flame war is a large-scale internet argument that can become extremely heated. This article Watabe wrote, I don't know if he really ripped us off, but... No, that can't be right, can it? Even a web journalist wouldn't deliberately plagiarize an amateur video as a marketing stunt. Well, maybe. And Watabe doesn't need to do that anyway. He's plenty popular already. After all the stories he's broken. And we only uploaded our video 2 days ago, right? And barely anyone saw it. It only got taken up by Shibuya News this morning. This article clearly wasn't written in a few hours. That's true too, but something still bothered me. There were several conditions that had to be met for a flame war to really take off. Two of the biggest were the famous person who had to be the target, and that the mainstream media had to get involved. A derogatory term for major media organs like TV, newspapers, and radio. The word itself existed before the advent of the internet, but in Japan it is used mostly as a form of slang. Hey, thanks for liking the live. Its use is often rooted in the belief that all forms of media besides the internet are in bed with corporations, political parties, or special interests, and refuse to broadcast the truth. Okay. Just having our video picked up by Shibuya News was a first for us. There were odds that the perfect fodder for an epic flame war would get posted at the exact same time. There's no point in thinking about it, is there? Itu said he watched me mumble to myself. Let's see if there are any viewer comments having anything useful in them. See? People are talking about the sumo stickers. But is this what the sumo stickers want? This is our chance, right? Itu seemed unable to contain his excitement. Actually, you seem really excited about this. Do I? Shin's last video didn't get over 100 views after all. Hey, that's mean. Itu's face suddenly went red. That's not the issue here. Was that why? Don't look, come on, we lost some time because of the culture festival, so let's get started, Kazuki. Wait, is this another one of those legs? Yeah, this is like a squid. Alright, good delusion. Kazuki looked up from her game. She's been totally ignoring all of this. Print out some of the images from Watabe's article. Aito took them up and stood them in front of the board. He started to put them up. Okay. His face still red, he glared at the images as he looked for a spot to put them. Come on, check the video. Squid legs. Squid tentacles? Squid tickles? Well, whatever. If he thinks he's fooling me like that, then I'll let him think that. I'm so exhausted. Is it after work, Jacob? Are you able to get some sleeps right now? A good nap going? A PB nap? Or full-on sleep? I still felt sick. Skip past the thumbnail. Okay, I was like, that's not the other person talking, right? I don't like it either. She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll through the comments. There were a lot of different types of comments. Some were claiming that Watabe had ripped us off. Some of them were saying all kinds of horrible things about us. Very few of them were discussing the actual video. That's what also sucks, right? These weren't the comments I was interested in. We got an email That was the sound the PC made when we got it. Okay. The email address it used was for the newspaper club. Ito and I had a joint account, so we used to upload videos onto Nikoniya. The email address was written on our profile page. Normal users never bothered to check out a profile page, so we almost never got any email. Serika opened the email program on the computer. There was a single new well, that's why we just heard one sound. Forget the email, look at the video. Given the timing, it might be someone with a tip. What kind of tip? You know, something about the video. Ito seemed unsatisfied, but it would only take a minute to check out the email. I asked Serika to open it. This is... What? Oh, I'll read it, okay? Hello, this is Kei, the administrator of Shibuya News. Why would Kei send us an email? Yeah, you're gonna bed in about an hour or so. Okay. It's 7, so it'll be around 8, and then I gotta get up at 5. Yeah, dude. Like, I know some people who wake up or work really, really early in the morning. Like, some people like at 3 a.m. and so on. And they're like, yeah, dude, we are out by like 7 p.m. And I'm like, dude, I get that. I just hate it with summer too, like trying to think about that, right? Because then you see that the sun's still out and you're like, it feels so weird. It still hasn't completely cooled down. But for sure, man, get some good sleeps. Kei had gotten in touch with us. Yes, now I'm excited. This video you made was extremely interesting and I discussed it on my show lesson. Would you like to exchange contact information? You made a wonderful discovery and I'd like to get to know you better. Please tell me when you're available to meet in person. Get to know me better. Meet me in person. I gulped. Kei had recognized our work. There could be no greater honor. Is that real? Damn it, what was it? There'd be no point in pretending to be Kei contacting us. And the address matched the one used by Shibuya News. There's more. I have attached a photo I took of myself. Please send me a picture of you. Okay, dude. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're going to do, right? Send our first email and send a picture of ourselves. Yeah. A picture? Kei had never put a picture of her face up on Shibuya News. Her broadcast was always voice only. Of course I heard her voice, but I've never seen her face. In my mind, I picture her as a highly intelligent girl. And she'd send a picture of her face? Could it be a virus? Why was Ito so suspicious of everything? Kei wanted to get in touch with us. Would it kill you to be a little more excited? Kei wouldn't do that. I would believe in Kei. I wanted to believe. You're a huge fan of Shibuya News, aren't you? Do what you want. She wants you, dude. Said the girl dick pic, dude. Sheesh. From our club news. Dick News coming straight to you. I wouldn't call myself a huge fan, but I'm a fan. Open the attached file. This is my chance to see Kei. I couldn't wait. I felt like I was meeting my future bride. This is why it's hard to talk to some guys, huh? Star thinks of the quote. Serika moved the mouse and opened the attached file, and what appeared was... Wait, it's actually her though, huh? He doesn't know what she looks like unless he does, because we were in the same universe years ago. Sexy. Yeah, you know these work emails? Sexy. Okay. No. He's not that kind of girl. Hey, why are you mumbling to yourself? Are you reading? Huh? Ito and Sekira were looking at each of the comments on the video. Serika flipped past any points where the sumo sticker appeared and just scrolled through the comments. Oops, now wasn't the time to be getting weird ideas. Oops! Don't rip off Watabe. No, this one is really uploaded first. We are the victims of the mainstream media. You can ignore that debate. Search for anything with the word sticker in it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anything useful. One guy was calling it the Fatso sticker. Another was saying sumo sticker is my waifu. The internet, right? Oh, she's flicking her frog. Right. Serika must have been getting annoyed with it too, because she started to use her free hand to play with her ghetto froggy strap. But a moment later, her hand froze. What's this? The sumo stickers were made by Kalex. You're wrong, sister morons, it says. Huh? How do they know? You're the wrong sider, baka. Sure, there is a theory on the internet that an artist named Kalex was behind the stickers, but no one had ever found any proof. They'd probably just read the title or the few first lines of an article somewhere that said Kalex was the artist who created the stickers and never given it any more thought. What are you doing, sticker? Well, yeah. What's this address? There was a URL among the comments it was pasted with no explanation whatsoever. Should I click on it? Give me a second. I took a look at the letters and the address. It's just a Amablog address, yeah? I wasn't sure, but it didn't look like a very dangerous page. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's probably easier. Wait, maybe not. Okay. Sorry. The phrase sumo sticker has always seemed strange to me. The face may look like a sumo wrestler, but it's actually not. It's a fat man. Wait. We already read this, right? Yeah, we already read this. A moment later, I was staring at the page with an ugly, garish background? Huh? An urban legend lover who loves to relax? Pig? Okay. Sarika clicked through the links on the page. It looks like a page about the sumo stickers. Sure. Okay, so we haven't seen this one. That looks like a bathroom stall or restroom stall. We've seen the one in the middle one there, here. But why are there so many stickers in one place there? It must have been a lot of work to get all these. Was this from before the earthquake? Sarika must have still been bothered by the stickers because before she said anything, she scrolled down to the text only part of the page. The eye of the sticker seems disaster coming and acts to prevent it. The prophecy of humanity's destruction in 2015 was averted by the stickers, though there was still some damage. Okay. The theory that humanity would be wiped out on September 23rd, 2015, the theory was proposed by an Egyptologist who stated that the Temple of Isis is an important ancient Egyptian holy site, contained 1,465 gods, and that ancient legend stated that if the temple is sealed, every autumn equinox, one of the gods within will lose their power. When the last god loses its power, the world will be drowned in water. The temple was sealed in 550 AD, which meant that the fall equinox of 2015, 9/23/2015, the last god would lose its power and the world would be drowned. Okay. Alright, my bad. I'm amazed you knew what he was talking about. A sumo sticker photographed in Shibuya. They're not telling us exactly where, though. Everyone knows that. I read further down the page and saw that he considered the crash of 15 to be part of the prophecy, and said that the stickers have saved humanity. Between the text and his choice in colors, the guy who made this page isn't right in the head. Come to think of it, the crash wasn't a big deal in Shibuya, was it? Do the sumo stickers protect against solar storms or something? Idiot, why would you believe that? Shibuya wasn't hit bad because of the restoration project provided the protection against solar storms, and this is a barrier theory. The barrier theory. How could she forget that? A long time ago, we spent a lot of time looking into this. The theory says that since sumo wrestling was originally a Shinto religious rite, the stickers have some religious meaning. It also says that they form a barrier. Did anyone ever check what the barrier, like, what if someone's fingerprints was on the stickers? You know, something along those lines? Decentia, thank you so much for that raid. Dis, how was the rest of your stream, dude? You were playing Towerborn? Is that like a... Wait, what is this? Is that like a Bloodborne game? It's not, right? But yeah, guys, go check out Dis. Plays a lot of the Mario Karts, Mario Parties, Mario Makers as well. Hold on, I'm trying to see if my PC won't explode. I doubt it will. Right, we're fine. Okay, cool. But yeah, go check them out if you guys haven't. Also recently got through Persona 3 Reload. Let me do this. Cool. I know you were playing that one Oblivion game, right? But then you were kind of just like over it. I very much like Dungeon Fighter Online. Okay, sick, man. Yeah, thank you so much for that raid. And welcome on in, everyone. I'm Niku. We were playing with Dis Mario Party, I believe, last week. Couldn't have been like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, we also play a lot of the Marinos and parties. And right now we're getting into some pretty heavy, intense story about miniskirts. So yeah. Now you're still playing it, but you wanted to check something else out today. Oh, okay, sick. But yeah, Dis, I know you also do crazy long streams, man. So if you got to do any post-stream stuff, definitely do what you got to do. And yeah, thank you again so very much for that raid, man. We are studying sumo stickers, which people have different ideas about. But we're not the only ones who have this much information anymore. So it's getting kind of crazy. Food brain is activated, dude, for sure. Go and enjoy the good eats. Yeah, I know after a long stream too, I'm like, dude, I'm going to get some eats. Gonna get some stretches. But yeah, do what you gotta do, man. And I was also gonna go on BRB soon too, because I also gotta see what's gonna happen. Like, I don't think today's gonna be as long of a stream, but I want to see what the plans are. Sumo wrestlers, since sumo wrestling was originally a Shinto religious, right. What kind of religious meaning? Crap, I didn't know. Anyway, the barrier theory is nonsense. They're called sumo stickers, but there's no evidence that they're actually supposed to be a sumo wrestler. Good, I guess I fooled her. What's this? What? I know the answer. You know who created them? Huh? This, Sarika had pointed to. What'd she point to? Okay. There we go. Who made the sumo stickers? Okay, who wrote this though? Okay, as my last entry, as I said in my last entry, I'm going to get more into detail about the sumo stickers. First, I'd like to answer a question that's on the minds of everyone who visits here. Who made the sumo stickers? Many people get this wrong, but the creator of the sumo stickers is not, in fact, Kalex. There's no proof that he or perhaps she is the creator of the stickers. This is Kalex's homepage. There are several images in the gallery that are similar to the sumo stickers, but none of the sumo stickers themselves. As an artist, Kalex has put a focus on symmetry in order to achieve eerie effects in many of their illustrations. Of course, that explains why they're similar to the sumo stickers. Oh my god, I have to leave already. I haven't even been here that long. Bye-bye. Yo, Sophia, take care. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, do what you gotta do. Hopefully we catch you again soon, yo. Take care. Sumo stickers like to watch? Yeah. It's likely the cause Wait, where was it? Where was it? It was okay. Reflective illustrations, of course, that explains why they're similar to sumo stickers. It is likely that a careless remark by someone who doesn't know the truth of sumo stickers was the source of the rumor that Kalex created them. But then, if it wasn't Kalex, who did create them? I know who. In fact, I've made contact with them. Ooh, as I've said before, the sumo stickers represent God himself. The person who created them is a prophet who heard the will of God. History tells us that every prophet is mistreated in their own time. Yeah. The prophet suffers even now. Okay, they were sacrificed to the rest of humanity. Oh, in order to build a barrier. I won't say their name here, but the creator was located within AH Tokyo General Hospital. Is it who I think it is? A page about the creator of the sumo stickers. I was mistaken. Keep going. That background was using the nastiest colors I'd ever seen. My eyes were starting to hurt. What's this? The creator of the sumo stickers is not as many people. Okay. Between this and the sheer number of sumo sticker photos, it's clear that the page's author was a little crazy, but had done their homework. The creator of the stickers was sacrificed to the rest of the humanity in order to build a barrier. No, maybe a little more crazy. They were totally nuts. I hadn't read the page like this in a while. This creator... I stopped scrolling down the page. Look, her voice was shaking a little as she pointed at the screen. Inside the AH General Hospital. I knew what she was trying to say. I could see Sarika's shock of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't take my eyes off the word AH Tokyo General Hospital. That was the hospital. That was the hospital I'd snuck into with Serika in elementary school. The one I saw in my dreams all the time.
Miyashiro. Miyashiroって.
What? Kazuki stuck her face in front of the display on the side. Okay. Gecko, how's it going? This is nuts. Ito was staring at the board as he whispered. He then walked straight up to it. I knew it. Hey, look at this. He pointed toward the pictures that were stuck up on the board. What's this game? Are you familiar with Steins Gate? It takes place in the same universe. And yeah. No? Okay. Yeah, Steins Gate, the Science Adventure series. Crazy ideas. Right now we're trying to solve all these murder mysteries that took place in a previous game and how they're connected with the deaths going on now. Because they're falling on the same dates, just I think 6 years later. Steins Gate's different though. Steins Gate pretty much deals with like time stuff. Like not like this. I tried to hide my shock at what I'd just seen, but my voice was quivering. But Ito was completely ignoring me. He ripped off a few of the pictures. Are you putting them back on here? And stuck them back up. The huge number of sumo stickers, and then the long distance shorts of the ones found at the crime scenes. Look here. I could tell that Ito and Serika turned to look at me and then laughed. I thought back to the conversation I just had with Kurusu. Something terrible might happen. I would keep going anyway. I would probably keep going all the way because I wasn't just an ordinary teenage boy. Bro keeps thinking above and beyond. And there's mysterious sumo stickers popping up all over the city and the end of the world might be nigh, but we keep fantasizing about our classmates in miniskirts. Yeah, that's a great way to round everything up. Actually, that's right on point, Star. Clouds, also with the raid. Clouds. I think I just got in there too. I think Prinny raided out to you because I was lurking in Prinny's and I was all like, hey, yo, we're chilling with the clouds, man. Dude, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. How is it going, Clouds? How is it going, everyone? Guys, go check out Clouds. Just started playing The Last of Us Part 1 for the first time. And Clouds also introduced us to the Zero Escape games. Hooked us up with these Zero Escape games. So go show him some love. Also has been playing through Somnium Files. And thank you again so very much for that raid, dude. Because I don't stream. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. I'm Niku. Recently, we've been playing a lot of this game, some Super Mario Makers, but Chaos Child got the most of me again, so we've been very, very into this, and it's been a crazy ride. Super excited for Possible Steam Deck this Christmas. Yeah, dude, Possible, congrats. That sounds like a fun time. How's stream going? Not bad. I wanted to do a short one, so I don't know how much longer we're going to be going. I think I'll go on break, and then we'll see if we'll be able to come back, if at all. But yeah, we're trying to solve this mystery, which just gets even crazier and crazier. But yeah, a 2-minute walk from a Yogi Park station. This private clinic, 20 minutes away from the heart of Shibuya, was loved by the locals for its homey, comfortable atmosphere. I'm tired AF, gonna make foods. Yeah, dude. Do all the post-stream stuff you gotta do. Enjoy the good eats and all that good stuff, man. Thank you again so very much for sending your people up and over. And you made ramen? Ooh, what kind, ma? But yeah, I'm gonna go BRB. Now that we actually have some music too. But yeah, we'll probably be back. No guarantees. I'm just gonna have to make sure and see that everything's gonna be turning out just right. Oh. Well, you know what? We got some plushies this time.
Imagine hentai on the Steam Deck.
Oh, that's all I'm imagining. Gecko, thank you so much for the prime, for being Twitch primed out of your god darn mind. Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Way to keep it Ponsu. Can we get some Ponsu up there for Gecko? Thank you again so very much for using the prime on the channel, dude. Appreciate the continued support, as always. And yeah, everyone get up, stretch, and we'll come back. Probably we'll come back with some more Chaos Child. But yeah, no promises. But thank you again so very much, Gecko. Really do appreciate you. And yeah, see you guys in a few. All right, so we're back. Oh. So we're back, and I don't know for how long, but may all the miniskirt energy fill your guys' day with love and hope. Thanks to the welcome back, Lama. Yeah, I don't know for how much longer we'll be back, but we're back for right now. With all the miniskirt energy. All the miniskirt energy we'll ever need. Cool. Am I gonna go out for dinner? No, I think it's probably gonna be something here. But I don't know 100%. Is the BRB off? Cool. But alright, cool. Star, thanks for that quote. And also, how's it going, Cole? Welcome. Sounds comfy? Yeah, because I know they were very back and forth on like what they wanted to do. And then I know they still want to do something tomorrow. So we're gonna see what's up. But I think for today, I don't know, they were bringing up a few things to do. But yeah. Yeah, the clinic offered internal and pediatric, I was going to read medieval services. Medical services. It had no facilities to allow someone to stay overnight. The wait was 10 minutes at worst. Some days it was more common to find the director's drinking buddies there telling bawdy jokes than it was to find patients. The only full-time doctor was the clinic's director. He had 2 nurses. The only time it ever got busy were during flu shot seasons and when the director's neighborhood baseball team had its annual tournament. Huh? Okay, the clinic's second floor. This floor with its living room, kitchen, and bath, and the third floor with rooms for the children formed the localized small-scale children's welfare facility named Aoba Dormitory. Right, that's what that was. There was no sign... Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call.
ロキないか見当たらねえんだよ。
何、頭痛？
あ
確か。ってちょっと待って。もしかして二日酔い？父さん、そもそも課長で医者であるあなたが病院の仕事手伝ってるとはいえ、見習い看護師以下で娘である私に薬の場所を聞くのも問題ですけど。よりによって二日酔いですって？昨日の夜、残った事務仕事を私が片付けてる時に晩酌してたの？
Alright, my bad. That call went on a little longer than I was expecting it to, but cracks, it's also been forever. Hopefully all is well. What's good, yo? And yeah, it was very loud over there for Star, and over here is just very hot, but thankfully it's not as hot as it was days before. But yeah, hopefully you're well, Ko. Staying hydrated. That's probably why I sound a little bit on the lighter side, right? Just trying to get used to this heat. And hydrating with cold water. I know it shouldn't be that great of a mix. Also, I just realized she's wearing a different dress, but then again, I normally just see her in her school uniform, right? So that also makes sense. Oh. But you're alright, feeling a lot better today, finally? Yo, let's go, Ko. Glad to hear that you're feeling better. And yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. Just playing some more Chaos Child, which, the story, you know, has gone from murders to mini skirts to sumo wrestler stickers. So it's been a wild ride. But yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. Are you American? Can't remember. Yeah, I live in California. Good old California. And I don't know, does SoCal get warmer than NorCal? I know sometimes we'll both be getting hit, but I don't know which one gets warmer more. I don't know. To the impending end of the world. Yep. Yep, that's the spectrum. Mini skirts and the end of the world. But you're telling me you have a hangover. Were you drinking when I finished up the paperwork last night? No, I was working too. Then you were drinking during work, I see. Okay. I don't have any medicine to give to drunks, and also no drinking for a week. You're kidding. Well, right. They say that their drunk friends come around, right? It's all done. Call the two of them. Damn, your place always burning, huh? During the winter, it's really nice. Like, during summer, we'll reach like triple digits. I'll say maybe all together, it'll be one full month of just triple digits. But my room itself is so freaking awful, where it'll either be super freaking hot or super freaking cold. So if it'll be like 30 outside, like 38, 30, 40, I'll be like, okay, I'll get some blankets on and stuff like that, right? So I'll be nice and cozy. But I do prefer when it's like a cool 50 degrees. Like, I'm always happy when I see it's like 50 to 60. even like 65. But whenever we get to like 70, 72, even though it's room temperature, I don't like it. I don't like it. But I don't know. I know a lot of people prefer warmer weather. We're searching for a high school girl with a miniskirt so hot that the gods decided not to flood the world after all. Sometimes that's all it takes for, the gods to react, Sometimes. I would use the Stream Deck for a lot of games, but honestly, I'm getting Persona for the road. Dude, that's going to come in clutch so much. Sometimes even like during breaks and stuff, it just comes in clutch. How much is triple digits in European? That's Celsius, right? It's saying 37.7. Celsius? So yeah, it gets pretty hot. The only thing is that it doesn't get as humid as other places, but it's been starting to get a little bit more humid. So it's rough. 40 to 50s for you, Cole. Please enjoy it for me. Please enjoy it for me to the most. Please, please, please. I get to experience Persona 3 depression while on the passenger seat. Yo, on the go? 80 miles per hour? Tears have never flown so much faster. I'd rather die. I can't handle over 25. Yeah, I heard this weekend was pretty rough for you guys too, right? But that mostly nobody has an air conditioner out there because you guys don't really need one. Like you guys mostly have like my favorite type of weather, like twilight weather. And Greg's. Thank you. That's very good. That was very good. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I'll make some tea. You help me. Her little brother nodded, and they took the plates the four of them had been eating on the kitchen. It was their job to clean up. Yui Tachibana, and Yuto Tachibana were brother and sister. Tachibana sibling. No! They were the only two siblings at the Aoba dorm who were actually related by blood. The rest of the neighborhood thought it was cute how they were always together. The Shibuya earthquake had occurred when Yui was in 2nd grade and Yuto was only 6 and hadn't started school. After the earthquake, the two of them had to come to Aoba dorm. The two of them had been depressed for a long time between the shock of losing their parents and their experiences in the earthquake's aftermath. Now they'd made it their second year of middle school for Yui and the last year of elementary school for Yuto. Okay. Tachibana siblings. Honestly, it's shitty and rainy and gray except for 2 months when it's perfect and then we complain again. See, because I'd rather that be my type of temperature or weather, because I love it when it's nice and gloomy. But maybe if you have it nice and gloomy all the time, you kind of get annoyed with it, maybe? Because yeah, I love all of winter. The ending of fall when it's actually, when you feel the spookiness comes in. You know, when my mini skirt actually feels the cool breeze, the cool breeze of the ghost, the ghouls, and then while it's still like fresh enough during spring, because right now we're still in spring, right? But I feel the heat coming. Mom's plans to get it by the end of November and give it to me for Christmas. Let's go, man. Yeah, hopefully everybody get it sooner than later, man, and you enjoy it, make the most of it. Orphaned Tachibana siblings. No, you can't eat dinner without me tomorrow. During the meal, Sakuma had complained about Nono's ban on his drinking. But Yui had told him he'd brought it on himself. He'd spent the rest of dinner muttering to himself, but by now he calmed down a little. I've been so busy lately, you see?
嫌です
No, it's a pain to
温め
warm it
直
up
すのめ
again.
んどくさい
And
バラバラに食事す
I
る
don't
のっ
like
て
it
好
when
きじゃ
everybody
ない
eats
の
separately. I want us to all eat as a
できるだけ
family as much as
家族揃ってね。
possible.
でも
Aw.
バタついて
But
るってどう
why
し
are
た
you
の
so busy? Kurusu checked the clock as she spoke. It was almost 9. Aoba Clinic closed at 6:30 p.m. and it was often after 7 p.m. the time that Sakuma finished his paperwork and came up the stairs. Kurusu would have dinner ready by that time, around that time. But it was true that lately he'd been coming up later and later. Maybe he's busy drinking? Quite possibly? The ghost creeping beneath my miniskirt, for real, for real. I want Spain weather because I hear it's wet. I want dry heat. Would dry heat be humidity? Why is the heat wet? Yeah, that would be like humidity, right? Or what I imagine is like Florida? Been addicted to Balatro, but I've only had it for an hour now. How do you play it? I feel so dumb. It looks like a fun game. Who was it that also started it the other day? Someone else started it like a week ago. I think it's because it's on Game Pass. I just forget who it was. Oh, you want dry heat. Oh, my bad. Yeah, because dry heat is SoCal. Because it's still desert. But after a while, it has been becoming a little bit more humid. But it's not as humid as I remember, like, Kentucky being. Like the bugs go crazy out there during this heat. But I get it also, right? They're like hibernating for the rest of the year. So they're like, oh, we gonna eat. We gonna go out and suck. But yeah. Can we just switch apartment because you want it to be fresher or hotter? Yeah, it's not bad, but it'll get like extra warm. If you're naturally cold, like colder than usual, it'll work. But I'm actually quite the opposite, where I'm like really, really warm. Where I would joke about being a seasonal boyfriend. Because, you know, it's nice to cuddle with someone who's warm when it's freaking freezing, right? But when it's hot and you have the AC on, you're like, I already have the AC on. Get away from me. And then the problems start. And I'm all like, bro, I'm not even in the same room as you. It just sucks. Like, I have this one rag that's supposed to keep me like a lot fresher. Because it's supposed to keep the water absorbed in it. And like, I warm it up really quickly. I gotta stop being so warm. Also, can someone answer me? I should probably ask the streamer, right? I saw a streamer who has microwaved as their tags, and I don't know what that means. But I don't know if I ask if I'll get an honest answer. So, does anyone know? Would anyone have an idea? Because I was like, microwave tag. Okay. Sakuma shrugged and said he wasn't sure why exactly, but the clinic one of my old university buddies runs in Shibuya is busy too. And the big hospitals around here like AH Tokyo General Hospital in Yoyogi, for instance, also have been really busy lately. Why lately though?
ごめん
Senko? Yeah, because I know some people are naturally like cold. Like it'll be like nice and breezy outside, and some people will start to shiver and be like, I need to put on like 2 sweaters. And I'm like, damn. And like even my homies, when we're hanging out, they'll even have like a sweater on and they'll be like, dude, come cuddle me, bro. I'm like actually cold. And I'm like, I got you, bro. But then I don't know if it's their cold. I don't know if we exchange temperatures. I don't think we exchange temperatures. I still feel hot. I don't know. Maybe I just gotta cuddle with them to get the proper answer. I'm gonna go cuddle the homies for science. Well, there are a lot of theories. Some people say it's because people are excited for the festival and hurting themselves. Huh? Oh. Others say it's because they're starting to look into that syndrome again. They're looking into it again after 6 years? The only thing that's really fixed is the town's exterior. You can't fix what's in here so easily. Sakuma patted himself on the chest. My patients are the same as ever, but my old classmates and the other people I know are sending me a lot of people. It's making my shoulders really stiff. Okay, so you're not actually just drinking, you're actually just filled with patience. As her father rotated his shoulders to stretch them, Nono told him he was doing a good job. He normally looked like a goofball, but Karusu knew that he was reliable when it counted. Alba Clinic was far enough from Shibuya that it hadn't been damaged during the quake, and so it had remained open. She'd heard that Sakuma had taken in patients with minor wounds and a field that was outside of his specialty and treated them. Huh. When she helped at the clinic's front desk, the patients would often tell her grateful tales of what he'd done with them, or for them, I guess. I'm blasting heat from my body 24/7, 365 days a year. I hate it. Same, Ko. Same. When I'm not cold, I'm like, what the hell is going wrong with me? But I appreciate it. You know, so like, I don't understand people who could sleep with socks on, but I think, you know, because that's where a lot of like your heat gets exerted from, you know, I guess. That's why, you know, if you step on like the ground that's cold, you feel a little fresher. So like, that's why I can't do it, because I need to let out all that heat. But I could sleep with pants on, like jeans. But I don't know why. When I'm outside, I could handle the cold, but inside I want to be warm, and I'm naturally cold. Okay. Well, see, because when you're inside too, and you want to be warm, that's the thing. You can keep on adding extra layers, you know? Like, you'll probably end up looking like Maggie in the Simpsons episode where they go like snowboarding, and she's like a little sea star or a little star. But that's fine, you know? You got all the warmth you need. The winter drip, the cool drip is just so much cooler. When it's hot, you can only get so unclothed, you know, especially with people around. It's rough. It is rough. Oh, you mean your dad a model truck and your brain is not built for this? You got this, Gecko. Maybe seeing some ideas online too? I don't know why this song is reminding me of something from the 90s. What's with this pear? It was on sale at Parlor Nishino. Let's see. Yui and Yuto came back from the kitchen with tea and a sliced pear. She stuck a toothpick in the slice as she spoke. It's so sweet and good. Oh my! Oh, Yui, did you buy some ponzu? It was as cheap as it gets today, right? Yep, the sale's limited to one per person, so I took you and we brought two. Alright, they say our usual supermarket's changing the hours so for its timed sales. No way. It's going to be an hour later, they say. That's a problem. How should we handle dinner shopping then? She said Gohan. Did I end up reading too much? No, I didn't. Maybe Gohan shopping? That makes sense. Dude, you used to have a crush was on Facebook, like, who wants to go to a nude beach with me? Bruh. Please tell me that under his comments, all his homies were like, let's go, bro. I've been waiting for you to say this, bro. Let's go. That's wild, though. That's wild. I'm also assuming that, like, now most people have, like, their family on Facebook, too. Man. We're almost out of bath soap. The one with the white package. I'm waiting for the weekend sale. We're at Aoki Pharmacy. Wait, how'd you call it? Aoki Hakahu? Yaka.
青木薬局。
Okay. I've got a coupon.
助かる。
I don't know. I didn't want to know. Yeah. I feel like at a point it was time to like unfriend a lot of people because they were just
そう
wilding.
だ、ベランダ見た？
But then again, I don't get on
洗濯物
Facebook as
干す方の
much.
とこ。
And I guess my algorithm doesn't show me as much either. Or maybe everyone that I have on there just isn't posting as much. I usually just see family stuff. Did you see the veranda? The corner where we hang out at the laundry?
何？苔生えてる。
There's mold.
それが？
Who said that? Was it Plankton? I know it was someone underwater. Someone actually at the beach who was talking about mold. They were like, something's just as common as mold on a shower curtain. And I was like, huh. It brought me back to when I was asking people in chat, do you guys clean your shower curtains? Or do you just toss them out and replace them with another one?
なんとかしないと。
At some point, you have to walk away and not be jealous of everyone who gets to see my crush's dick. No! It's okay. It'll be filled with sand. It'll be annoying. There will be too much sand. Sand censorship. I don't know. A nude beach, huh? Do you need a permit for that? Or do you just need no clothes? If we don't do something, we'll eventually get red mites. No! I don't want that either. Actually, I want it less than anyone.
何？
What's your problem? Does your throat hurt?
喉痛いの？風邪？
I have no idea.
ありえないんですけど。
Yeah, I've only seen those like
お医者さんでしょ？
in cartoon shows, like Bob's Burgers. I'm sure Simpsons has done it, right? Simpsons has done everything. South Park, maybe. It's clothing optional, so presumably you can just go there with your... Wait. Oh, and the breeze. Okay. With your nether bits flapping in the breeze. So like a mini skirt? Check. Do you have a cold? How is that possible? You're a doctor, right? Oh yeah, doctors can't get sick. Just remember that it's our job to take care of you, right? Doing the laundry is already hard enough since you sweat so much. Lose some weight, okay? What the hell is happening? Do you know how much we spend on feeding you alone each month? No wonder you drink so much, man. Sakuma slammed his teacup down on the desk. He reached the limits of his patience. No, Yui. We need to talk. Sit down.
座ってんじゃん。
We're sitting down. Listen up, you two. Sakuma pressed down on his temple again as he wondered where to begin. It felt like his headache was getting worse. But in the end, he couldn't come up with any ideas except to say it directly. Can you two act a little more like kids?
は？
The two of them looked at him as if they didn't know what he was talking about. What's your hobby? For the shower curtain thing, I replaced them and I'm fucking... No, for real. Like, I know it gets... whenever I see something like that, it reminds me of Silent Hill. And I think of this one novella from years ago. But for real. What's your hobby?
急に。
What's this all about? Just answer me, what's your hobby?
部屋の掃除。
Cleaning my room. And Yui?
セールのチラシ集め。
Collecting supermarket sales pamphlets. You know, I don't know why I heard brochure the other day. And then I thought about that being like a nickname or a screen name, like brochure. The two of them kept eating their pear slices, unsure of what he was getting at. And then they continued their conversation saying, what's his problem? It must be terrible getting old. What the hell is going on? Why are you always glazing up Silent Hill? And Jork into it 24/7? It's such a great series. I love Silent Hill. Silent Hill! Silent Hill! Sit down, sit.
座ってる？
We are sitting. Why are you two acting like housewives at your age? Sales? Food budgets? Is that what kids are supposed to talk about?
家のことは任せ
It
る
was your
って言
idea
っ
to
た
put us in
のは
charge of the
父さんでし
chores.
ょ？
Kurutsu ran the Aoba dorm's budget, and Yui helped her. I'm telling you two to have a little more fun. Go to concerts, buy clothes. What? I don't need to. I can listen to music on the internet.
言われなくて
And I get all my clothes from flea markets. When I can't find ones I like, I make them myself.
ちゃんとし
They
すぎなんだよ
save money a lot, don't they?
なあ
You're both too perfect. You'll never get boyfriends like this? So, you have to go to concerts and shop for expensive clothes to get boyfriends? I don't know about that, man. Who are you dating, Sakuma? I'm not interested in the immature boys in my class. And everyone idolizes Big Sis Nono in middle school. Do they? It may be good, but something can only be so good. Can't glaze it too much, huh? Of course, Yui nodded. Yui went to Hekiho Academy's middle school, which was located close to the academy itself. The high school and middle school did a lot of activities together, like Kurusu had gone to the ladder before as part of her student council president job. Kurusu chuckled. In high school, they mostly seemed scared of me.
彼氏の一人もいねえのか
All I gotta say is your head bait. Whoa! You don't even have a boyfriend? I've never heard you talking about guys. I'm not interested in the immature boys in my class. What? The boys in your class are the same way? Boys our age are the same no matter how old they are. Karusu sipped her tea with a smirk.
ブラコンめ
You and your brother complex. Huh? Huh? And then she spit it out like she'd been struck with a bullet? Give me a tissue. Kurusu coughed as she took the tissue from Yui, then wiped down the desk. Don't be weird, or is he being honest and you're just being weird? Her face was bright red as she yelled at Sakuma. See what I
お
mean?
前は匠
You
に
care too much about
かぶせすぎ
Takeru.
なんだよ
No other boys will go after you if you act like that. That's not true. I mean, they aren't, but... Kurusu waved her hand, annoyed. Anyway, he's... Kurusu threw the tissues in the garbage can without
言うとは
answering.
この間ユイが言ってただろうほら
Wait, did the sound play for you guys and my audio was just way too low? Hold on, because I swear I didn't hear it.
Hold on, I'm gonna lock in.
That was so weird. It played that time, right? And then all the other sound effects I heard earlier played. Like when Gecko resubbed earlier, the audio played, right? I know with the raids, I know I've been hearing the tutoros. Bum, bum. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, but it played that time. Yeah, she's locking in on her brother. It's crazy. Oh, Doom is out now? Yeah, wasn't it out last night? I think I saw someone tweet about it. What about you, Yuto? I remember you saying something about a girl named Kono in your class. No, it's just out now? Oh, that's early access. Okay, okay. Are you going to be playing it, man? I still haven't played a Doom game. That's not true. I mean, it's true, but now it was Yuto's turn to turn red. That's right. What happened with that? It was a love letter, right? No secrets, remember? Tell me. Yuto shrank back into his chair, his tiny body becoming even smaller than he nodded. Yui leaned forward, excited. And... He actually said her name. Wait. Tokuda found out, and Yui's expression switched from jovial to serious. Did he tease you? She looks like she's gonna kill him. She looks like she's gonna have that like Mikasa attitude. After a short pause, Yuto nodded. You need to speak up when someone upsets you. If you get used to being bullied, it eventually messes you up. Yeah.
でももしまた
But if he
いじめられ
teases
た
you
りしたら
again, tell your big
姉ちゃん
sister
それは
I'll get him back.
ゆい女の子が
I
そういう
wasn't
こと
gonna
言
spend
わないの
$99 on that. You're like, I could wait. Yui, a girl shouldn't talk like that.
お前が
You're one to talk.
どういう意味
What does it matter? Or what does that mean? The two rules. Wait, there were two rules in Aoba dorm? After dinner, everyone would gather around the table to talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. When Sakuma decided to open an orphanage after the earthquake, he first picked the name Aoba dorm, and then second he decided on were the rules. The four of them talked until around 10 p.m., then Yuta started to yawn. Okay. Sweet home Alabama. Telling each other about their daily lives was how they kept themselves grounded.
入るよ
Just 3 days I had to wait. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was like an everywhere thing. Okay, let me hydrate. All right. I'm coming in. Kurusu entered the empty room knowing there wouldn't be an answer. She started by wiping down the desk, then moved on to the rest of the cleaning the same way she always did. Was this her old room? Is that Eckerd? Eckerd, how's it going, dude? I don't know what game it is that you were playing. Was it today or yesterday? Maybe yesterday. Was it that same Shin Megami Tensei game? It looked like you were really far into it. Like really, really far into it. How often do Steam games go on sale exactly? I know for PlayStation, most of the sales are during spring, summer, December sales. Yeah, like I think they'll have one for Golden Week, which is like what the ending of May, right? Or no, the start of May. Yeah, they have them very, very often. But I think the December sales are usually like the real hard hitters. Or summer and yeah, midsummer and December sales are the real hard hitters. But yeah, they have a lot of them. Oh man. Japan stay liking the whole relationship, whatever, sibling relationships. Me, you know, what I want to be far into? Is it Mario Maker, Eckerd? A Mario Maker run? Also, Rio, how's it going, Rio? I know Rio, you were off yesterday, right? I think. But Rio, are you ready? I know you and your brother were talking about the Switch 2. And what, we have 3 weeks to go? Somewhere around there? And hopefully the heat was smooth on your side, Rio. Because it was pretty bad over here. Or during those same times, but they do have random ones more than PlayStation. Yeah, they get way more sales than everyone else. What kind of surprised me about the like Steam games, I don't know if it's because they're on sale, right? So they're like, well, I'm not paying full price for this, or I'm paying like really, really cheap compared to like anywhere else. Because, you know, like some people are like, no, I need to have this physical. You know, I don't know where like a lot of people stand with that. Like, I guess those points of views, right? Because some people are like, I only get physical, but some of these things we can really only get like on Steam for like that sale, you know? Sure, yeah, something wholesome. Eckerd, But individual devs and studios and whatnot can do their own sales whenever. So they also do that because they're on PC, right? Like they don't have to share as much of the fund with like, let's say, consoles? Or did I mishear that somewhere? Well, you can get physical games on sale? Oh, I thought you were going to say like on Steam. Yeah, you could get those. But like, you know, a lot of people who are like, no, you know, I don't want this PlayStation because it can't play physical games. And then it's like, but I'll go play on Steam. That's all digital. And I'll be like, okay. I personally like having the option of physical or digital. So like, that's why I don't, you know, go for digital only consoles. But like, if you could get physical games on PC, that would also be cool. Kind of how like it was back then, you know? Spike Chunsoft does have sales all the time, for sure. Am I getting Switch too, since they're doing the whole thing where you have the license to play console, but not actually on it? Okay, okay. Yeah, then congrats on the Steam. Steam Deck. I don't care which one is, I have both. Yeah, so like that's what I mean too, you know, people will be like, you know what, I'll get my sales on Steam, which they're very, very great sales. But then it's also nice to have the physical option to get kind of how like we've had gaming before, you know? I know nowadays it's becoming less and less like that, and the ultimate plan is to just go like subscription thing, which I'm not happy about, but we'll see. We'll see. Nothing changed in the room since Miyashiro had left. It was still filled with books, papers, and DVDs. Home was the place where Kurusu felt the most calm and relaxed. It was where she could be herself and with her family. Her favorite time of day was after dinner. It wasn't that she was uncomfortable at Hekiho, but her personality was such that she always felt like she had to put her job first. And she liked the role she had at home with her new family more than she liked the role she had with the outside world. You think the Stream Deck you're getting is in OLED because it has 1 terabyte of storage, and the 1 terabyte storage ones are OLED. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never looked into them that much, but I've heard people really, really like them. And I guess for like multiple reasons too, right? Because you could like also get emulators on there. So then you can have your Stream Deck or your Steam games, and then basically anything else you can get on PC. Because it's not just games on Steam, right? And I doubt Steam would be super upset if people like modded their stuff, right? As she cleaned the bookshelf, she saw a scrapbook. Yeah, you can emulate Switch games on. That's crazy. Up to Switch stuff, huh? Because if you can play, like, I know when they talk about sales, they're like, oh yeah, this is on sale on Steam and is Steam Deck verified. I'm like, okay, that's dope. But to know that you can do Switch stuff on there, sheesh. She'd seen it many times before, but she put it on the desk to start to flip through the pages. What are you reading? The book was filled with information on urban legends and crimes that had taken place in Shibuya, and on that last page was a collection of magazine and newspaper articles. The magazine article was dated about 6 months ago, just before Miyashiro had left home. And the newspaper article was from 6 years ago. It was about the Shibuya earthquake. This is why Miyashiro had left home. He'd gone to live at Miyashita Park. Wait, that's why? The dates match exactly with the dates of the murders 6 years ago. Also, this is one of the few times we actually see MC in frame. Other than, well, this. But we, like, hardly get to see him. Oh, wait, what the hell? I thought this was a hoodie. Well, I mean, technically is, yeah. Oh, man. Which fans will probably find a way to emulate Switch 2 games, which you'll be using. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I wonder how all that's gonna go. So many games, man. So many games, and gamers just want a game. Yeah, right. Wait, did I... But they're every bit as weird as the old killings. You forgot your PlayStation... Did she say Kuram... Wait a minute. Okay, I thought you said Kurusu. Like if Kurusu was going to be the one doing it. No shot, Coolio. Are you going to send yourself like an email? Something might be coming for him, or maybe Takaru was getting involved in something. As his older sister, she had to protect her little brother. You don't want to change it again? Bro, and watch it be that same thing, right? Where you try to change the password and it's like, it can't be the same password as your previous one. You're going to be like, no, shot.
私は
Can I face what happened 6 years ago? There was a knock at the door. She tried to take a few breaths to calm herself before she spoke.
誰
Who's there?
俺だ。
It's me, I'm coming in.
何泣きそうな顔
Why
し
do
て
you
んだ
look like you're about to cry? She quickly put her hand up to her face. She wasn't crying. She took a quick breath to... Wait, she wasn't? What's wrong?
飯ん時
You were acting a little weird during dinner.
そう
Was I? Sakuma looked at the scrapbook on the desk.
やっぱあいつ
Did he do something again? His voice was a father's. Kurusu put the scrapbook back on the shelf.
うん
Yeah or no, I guess he hasn't yet, but he might soon.
相変わらず
He hasn't changed a bit. After all the cops took him to the Love Hotel, you tried to get him to stop, right? Yo, Ink, thank you so much for the 50 months. Welcome back. Way to keep it Ponzi, dude. Really do appreciate the continued support, man. How are you doing, dude? Thank you again so very much. Can we get some Ponzi up there for the Ink, man? What's good, dude? Are you at the twerks right now? Dude, we're back on Chaos Head or Chaos Child, and tell me why I just noticed something that's been obviously right in front of us this whole time. Oh my god, dude. This thing's gonna get freaking crazy. I mean, it already is with all the miniskirt talk, but it's going to get absolutely insane. How goes it, dude? How goes the chaos? Going well, thanks. This weekend was very, very hot. I say weekend, but we're already on Wednesday. But yeah, we're back. We're gonna be doing some more chaos. Gonna hopefully, see how crazy things get. But yeah, how are you doing, man? Hopefully all is well. Your mom will probably have to pry your hands off the stream deck. Dude, yeah, you're gonna be like, no, I can't stop playing. There's no way. But yeah, thank you again so very much, Ink. Welcome back. We keep it Ponzi. Really do appreciate the continued support as always, man. But what are you up to? I think you were also live yesterday. What was it? Sushi Ben? I believe it was Sushi Ben. Yeah, how was the rest of that, man? Nice to see you play more of the science series. Yeah, dude, and this one, I'm already loving the main protagonist so much more than the other guy. But yeah, I guess I had no choice but to change it. Sorry, Coolio. Yeah, I know sometimes it's just like, why? Why? But thank you again, Ink. Really do appreciate the continued support as always, man. And yeah, and how was the Sushi Ben? It looked cute. I don't know if I saw you talking about it first on somewhere else. Trying to think about it. Distant sounds of Okabe yelling about the organization. It's so good. Like, I really would want to go through the other games in this series. I don't know if I'll go all the routes, but I would like to play through all of them and see what's up. Cause they're so good. Ink's also been playing some of those, going with the Science Gate games, and it's so good. Oh my god. I think you'd like Sushi Ben, it's very laid back, and I think you'd like the landlady. Ayo. Ayo. Gonna roll up like a sushi roll to her and be like, I don't know how to flirt. It's gonna be a fun few years. I can tell. Getting a gecko, getting a job, getting a stream deck, same for a PC next year. If I get a job soon, gecko. It's all up from here. And you got this. And the gecko emotes. But very laid back, huh? Yeah, because it looks cute. I really like that art style. I think more games should have that style. Kurusu nodded, remembering what had happened in the hallway that day. You know what's funny too, Ink? At first I thought they called her Kurisu, and that's why I was like, huh. But yeah, it's Kurusu. I miss Kurisu and her spinning, man. Kurisu, dude. Kurisu. Okabe, oh my god. All the characters there are just so freaking good. So freaking good. Even the ones you like rarely see, they're so good. They are so good. All the Gecko emotes on my Twitch. Don't forget to check out 7TV as well, Gecko, to see if they already have some in there too. And the Tutoros. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I wanted to get Tuturu as a wave emote just like that, but I wasn't sure if it was already like around enough, you know? But yeah, this is way after I got the Kagome wave. So I was like, you know what? We'll be fine. But I think it'd be interesting to have like a Tuturu emote like that, but make it be animated, be the same one, and it just be like a standard Tuturu like facing forward, one at an angle, then like another angle, just so you know the Tuturu. But he doesn't seem like he's going to stop. That's rare. He usually does what you tell him. That's because I didn't really. What's wrong? Doshita! Sakuma sensed that something was wrong with Kurusu and sat down on the bed. He motioned for her to speak. Did he start opening up to me? I mean, the rest of the family. How did he? You know, when he woke up from his coma and started his rehabilitation, he would barely talk to us at all, right? That was true of Yui and Yuto too, right? And you actually. We're not talking about me. We're not talking about me and my coma. Crap, wrong button. Dang, they're acting like bro is a dog with the hole, always does what you tell him. Also, I've been very, very curious. How far forward can a person... How far can a person resub for? Okay, I think... Okay, I think I get this now. Okay. I think I just answered my own question. Okay, because I was very, very confused. But I think I read up to everything. Okay. I wonder, because before I thought it was like you could do like 6 months at a time. But then I would see people that they would like resub and it would be like, oh, they've resubbed for like 6 months or 7 months and so on. So I wasn't sure if they had already resubbed prior, you know, in advance. Because I know you could do that and you'll get like a percentage off, right? But then I went all the way back down here and then I think someone did it for 45 months, but they've been subbed for 56. I don't think they do it that far in advance, right? So that's why I was very confused, because sometimes I want to, you know, answer like correctly, like being like, oh, hey, thanks for subscribing for X amount of months. And, you know, sometimes with the advanced stuff, like, you know how like someone will also gift a sub to somebody, and sometimes I'll miss that, oh, they've gifted them a 3-month sub instead of like a 1-month sub. So I'll be like, dude, I gotta, you know, I gotta say thanks the right way, you know? My plan is to take pictures of my gecko and make them into emotes. Oh, that'd be sick. Would you add like like question marks and other like signs to the picture, kind of like edit them in to give it like that reaction. Kind of like with the hyper Jorkin, how you see the exclamation mark, or like with a question or a thank emote, you see a question mark on there. Yeah, okay, sick. That's dope. I don't remember that far back. And was there ever a single reason for things like that? I think Twitch, or there are some sites too that help you make animated emotes, but by animated emotes, I mean like give you different types of animations to add to Twitch. Because when I uploaded March, I don't know if it was because of the motion or what, but I had to do it on a different site. Because then if not, it would still have some background spots on it, even though I uploaded it without any background. Yeah, I don't know if it would look staticky, but yeah, there are options. I just don't remember the site, but I think searching up like animated, I don't know, animated emote options. But he crossed his arms and seemed to try to remember the past. Soon. I don't know when he started opening up, but I do remember the first day he ate dinner with us. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen some other people's like motion emotes where they'll upload it animated like that, but then it'll like spurt out maybe? Still a couple of months away, so it's not much of a problem. No, for sure. But yeah, definitely something you could do. Like I think you can get like a nodders option where, you know, it'll be like the emote just going up and down on the right side. Yeah, there are definitely options. Kurusu realized that she remembered too. Even after he started his physical therapy and learned to walk again, for a while he kept eating dinner alone in his room, in this room. Sakuma had told him that everyone was supposed to meet and talk after dinner, but he'd used his poor health as an excuse to stay in his room. I'd probably do the same. I remember that. What happened with that, actually? I think it was what you said. You remember how you helped him with his physical therapy? You said he was part of this family. So, would you take care of him? Miyashiro had refused, but she told him there was no reason for him to be embarrassed now. She had been in charge of cleaning his catheter when he was in a coma after all. What is catheter? Is it what I think it is? Oh, okay. No, yeah, I was like, is it what I think it is? Gotcha. And then you started spending even more time with him. You've had that brother complex of yours for a long time. I told you it's not like that. That's crazy. Yeah, I know you were there for him while he was in his coma, you know, making sure that his bladder and everything, you know, was being worked properly. And no, all it is that you have a brother complex. You're freaking, wow, dude. Is that really what this is? Wow. All right. Well, fuck this, I reset the password, but my account is locked, so I gotta do it again. Coolio! They just don't make it easy, huh? And samesies, co? Yeah, just chilling in the room. Yeah, I wish I had an AC like they did right here. You can also stream on Steam Deck since it's like a PC, just the easiest ways to dock. Imagine streaming with a mic, having to lock down and see the game. Neck problems waiting to happen. Would a mic arm help out in any way? Because like right here, I move mines depending on like what I'm playing, but yeah, I can adjust it so like I'm perfectly fine, but the microphone, yeah, just adjusts on its, or not on its own, but like It just gets adjusted properly. What was I going to say? I also do have this little fan on top of my PC that's like blowing directly into my hair. So that's also helping with my posture. Because it's like, if I even like shrimp down a little, then it'll miss me, right? So I'm like, no, I got to stay fresh and I got to stay up here. So I've been practicing, you know? A catheter is basically a tube that goes into the bladder and drains urine. So you don't piss yourself when you're in a coma, otherwise unable to use the restroom. Gotta work on that bladder properly. Yeah, for sure. That's how I was like, what else would they really need her to do when he's in a coma? Because, you know, they gotta clean him out. So see, that's just like very, very kind. Like usually... Yeah, I feel like a sibling or like someone really close would be doing that, right? I mean, I don't know if nurses do it. I'm sure some. I do have a mic arm with mine, just cheap, so it isn't the greatest, just moves back to its original spot. You know, mine had an issue too, and I kind of had to, I'm not saying to mess with yours, but I kind of had to mess with mine in order to keep it to where I wanted to. Which thankfully it worked out. And then he was finally able to do everything on his own, and he came to me and asked if it wasn't time for him to go to school. Do you remember what you said? Kurusu tried to think, but she couldn't remember herself saying anything special. I guess he didn't go to school a lot before, but I'll make it so he can. If anyone bullies him, I'll get them back. You're kidding. She didn't remember that at all. It's true, remember what Yui just said. She definitely got it from you. You used to have an even sharper tongue than you do now. Doom downloading? Let's go, Coolio. Woo, 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 woo. And he wasn't in the room, but he heard you say that. And that was the day he started eating with us. Well, he still didn't go to school all that much, but even if he spent most of his time in the nurse's office, it was still thanks to you that he was able to graduate. Yeah, and she wonders why bro tries to avoid her. Well, because he's familiar with that face, you know, from forever ago, right? That she was just going to be upset. As she listened to Sakuma's words, she could feel the terror that had been building inside her start to fade away. Instead, she felt a mixture of confidence, nostalgia, and joy. Did I say that? Oni-chan! I'm excited for a show I used to love. Might be coming back. Steven Universe is the name. Oh, I haven't. Wait, are they doing something like Adventure Time did? Like its own spin-off? What are you doing? What about you two? All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. What are you doing? You was going to the bathroom, but then we heard you talking. You know what? Actually, I was on Twitter and I saw this one old clip of Adventure Time. I think they thought they were getting haunted or something. And then at the very end, these creatures like take off their supposed contact lenses, hair, and then just head, and kind of just escape through the window. I don't remember that episode, so I probably just straight up missed it. That looked crazy. People were calling them... What are they calling them? They're calling them Fresno Nightcrawlers. Yeah. A Fresno Nightcrawler is a cryptid, a creature whose existence is not scientifically proven, that has gained notoriety in the Fresno, California area. It's described as a pale, ghostly humanoid figure with long legs and small upper body. Oh. Oh. But yeah, I've never seen that episode. Bum, 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 bum. Is that VLC, dude? VLC, how's it going, man? Steven Universe, I avoided that show like the plague back then. Did you? I actually liked it. I was very lost in between certain episodes, but I guess I just wasn't around home as much at the time. Like, I was watching Adventure Time from the start to like probably midway. I probably should have given regular show much more love, but it be what it be. Alright, my bad. That one haunts you? No, Shako. Wait, that episode or that, what is it, Night Walker? Yeah, that seems, I don't know, man. Nobody knows, just the creator is going into a film festival. The co-director, Steven Universe, made a retweet, and it's just, ooh, okay. Hopefully the fans get some news. Adventure Time is goated for real. Yeah, Adventure Time is definitely one of my favorites in all of those. Like, from when it was goofy to when it actually picked up having like a serious story. Yeah. Yeah. I actually blame Cartoon Network. Do you want 16 hours of Teen Titan Go? Neither does anyone else. See, it's hard to like cartoons though right now, or like even like Nickelodeon's cartoon set. I think you only get like a little bit of SpongeBob. We need more SpongeBob. It's hard, man. It is hard. She smiled a little at Yuto's embarrassment. He couldn't go to the bathroom on his own at night. Same. He'd always been shy and spent most of his time clinging to Yui, but the earthquake had given him mild scotophobia. Scotophobia? A type of specific phobia. Specific phobia is a type of mental disorder where the subject exhibits an extreme mental and physical rejection response towards a specific object or situation, such as heights or needles. Ooh, okay. Scotophobia is the fear of darkness, and it is commonly found in small children. The primary causes of this disorder are experiencing trauma in a dark place, or being unable to control the instinctual fear that humans, being non-nocturnal creatures, have of the dark. Well, it's also just the not knowing, right? Where that's what, like, really scares people. Do you two want Sakura to come back? Of course, we're a family. Yeah. And we're doing all the cleaning that big bro Takura's job. Oh, and the shopping too. Oh, that too, I forgot. Yeah, bring his ass back here. Some of the Steven Universe song go hard, for sure. Well, there was... Actually, some of the Teen Titans Go songs actually don't go too bad. Like, She's Got Me Catching Villains. Sheesh. Dude. Beast Boy? Bangers. Dude. He's just cracked like that. Also, there was another song in Teen Titans Go that I actually liked. I just don't remember the name of it. But it was like an 80s like rock song. It was really freaking good. Kurisu laughed and looked around her missing brother's room at her family. I gotta sneeze. Okay. There was no changing what happened 6 years ago now. If anybody's meant to Yuto, mean to Yuto, get them back. Oh yeah, of course. She would just have to protect her family. Okay, so that they could live together again. Kurusu took out her smartphone and left the room, leaving her uncertainty behind. It is The Night Begins to Shine. Yo, let's go, VLC. Oh my god. The whole music video is really good too. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. The one episode where Finn and Jake were being stalked by those blank-eyed girls, yes. Was there a reason for that? Because I don't remember. Like, I looked through the thread and they were like, yeah, that's just Adventure Time sometimes, you know? Sometimes you just don't get an explanation. Just enjoy the ride. Which I'm like, yeah. Especially given how, like, some shows just get canceled. And we're like, well, we're just going to be like, okay. Sure. Are they gone? Sarika was standing with her legs crossed on the cold floor looking up at me. I put my ear to the door and tried to see if there was anyone outside. It's safe. No one's there. Then, let's give up and go home. My butt's starting to hurt. It's okay, we got some butt medicine. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We've been in a similar situation and we've escaped a few times. Alright? But if it's about buttering up your pooper, you're fine. Also, Red, how's it going? Safe, huh? What do you... Wait, we're safe to leave, I'm sure, right? How about I give you a little lecture? A few years ago, I saw this. I think it was on the news. There was a guy who was in the bathroom and the lock broke and he got stuck inside for 2 days. Then when they saved him, they asked him what it was like to be locked in the room for 2 days and he said, I'm glad there was a toilet. There's 2 of us in here, so I can't go to the bathroom. Damn it, she was right for once. We got ass medicine, but Hyper Pooper real good with it. I think Corpse Party is now on Crunchyroll too. The game. I don't know what other games are on there too, but yeah. Probably some folklore shiz. I don't know, I never explained it from what I'm aware of. Yeah, because that was the first time I saw it and I was just like, dude, Adventure Time has some really trippy ideas. Really, really trippy. Like, what was that one hotel birthday thing for Finn? Where he sees that one ghost that's like supposed to be him from another life, but he just leaves and he's like, well, that one's going in the vault. Not gonna talk about it again. Boop. That was trippy. I think we end up seeing them later on. But yeah, Adventure Time had such crazy ideas. Oh my god. I really, really love that show. There's worse places to be stuck, true. But she was right. I was reaching my mental limits too. Why are we having this song play then? It was past 10 now, which meant we'd spend more than 2 hours locked inside the bathroom. Oh, we actually did sneak in there. We were on the 5th floor of AH Tokyo General Hospital in the women's toilets near the lobby. We learned in the club room this morning that the creator of the sumo stickers was here. Right. Okay, so now we're actually back to this. Sarika and I had come to the hospital right after that. Each floor of the hospital had different sections, and each section had its own lobby. So we were able to go around each floor and gather information by talking to the people there. Well, it was mostly Sarika who did the talking. Is this the same hospital, though, from the first game? Okay, because he doesn't look like the other guy. He looks like himself. Nah, I thought the same thing until I looked back on Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yeah, Courage was just sometimes full on nightmare fuel. It was insane. The Pillow Fort episode where he has an entire life with a wife and kids. That's also crazy. And then I wonder if that's where Rick and Morty got that idea. He looks like himself. Yeah, I thought maybe he was unzipping himself out of some other dude. You know, sometimes you just get stuck in a dude for a couple of years. And then you're like, mini skirt check? But, okay, we'll see. And then we'd heard that there was someone in a private room in the back of the 5th floor who drew a lot of creepy pictures. Oh, so an artist can't have a hobby? I got excited. The person drawing the pictures might know something. But there was a problem. Namely, the ward they were staying in Would it disappear? There were 2 wards on the 5th floor. The first was a gastroenterological? Sure, ward. Straight from the hall, from the lobby. Thanks for the quote star. That happened to me once. Just classic. You can also play Minecraft Java on Stream Deck, which is great. Some Minecraft mods. Oh, sick. And I know Minecraft is always like, you know, I came up with this idea, or you know what? I gotta go tell off this creeper. But to get to the place where they wanted to go, you had to take a right from the lobby to go into the psych ward. To meet with patients in the psych ward, you needed permission from the patient and the hospital. If you weren't there to meet someone, you wouldn't be even allowed in. While we were sitting in the lobby trying to come up with a plan, visiting hours for the psych ward ended. Then hours... damn it, I didn't think I was going to read this again. Then hours for the gastroenterological ward ended too. And we had no good excuses for being there any longer. Yeah. God forbid, sometimes you get stuck inside of the bros for a few years, right? Sometimes that's just the path you gotta go, right? A bit more narrow. A bit more... What's that word called? A bit more prostate. My constant state of fear. Also, was that Light, dude? Light, how's it going, man? 4 hours down, 68 hours to go. How's it going, Light? Were you staying fresh this weekend, or was it also hot out there, man? Fellas, is it gay to get stuck inside your bro? That freaking iPhone text thing, where it's all like, see, bro, it's not gay. It's not rainbow. I'd like to be able to play the Cobblemon mod. Was that the Pokemon one you were talking to me about? Squiggles, how's it going, Squiggles? Greetings. Sorry, we were getting into some interesting conversations. Just because it feels like we were inside ourselves in a previous life, because bro's unzipping himself to show himself, to reveal himself. And I'm assuming it's got to be tied to the game somehow. Let's see. Technically, yes, because if you're inside your bro, your dick is also inside your bro? Damn. Got me. Squiggles, thanks for liking the live. I'm here to say hi and leave. Unfortunately, hope the day finds you. Well, Squiggles, thanks for popping in. And yeah, take care. Hopefully we catch you again soon, yo. Thanks for popping in. And take care. It's mid, so I'm not complaining. Let's go, man. Yeah, enjoy the wonderful weather. The wonderful weather of Oz. Because, yeah, it's finally gotten down here, too. But it should never be any higher than this. It should never be any higher than this. More prostate? Have they made a parody of Allstate yet? With prostate? When your neighbor is inside you? Is that not the slogan? Also, when I first heard slogan, I thought something else. And yeah, Pokemon mod for Minecraft. Let's go, dude. It's flashing it all out to the world. Star, thanks for the quote. And that's, yeah, it's like that supernatural thing. Then, carry on my way. And then now. I agree. Yeah, dude, this weather has to, like, go away. Because I really don't like how hot it gets. And that's how and that's how we got where we were now. If I hadn't taken Serika's advice and chosen to hide in the women's restroom, classic, where the stalls were inevitably in use more often, someone would have gotten suspicious of us a long time ago. No, maybe they are already suspicious. Damn it. I wanted to get some more information before we left. About the women's bathroom? Yeah? We went from miniskirts to getting stuck inside here, bro. It varies. When Ito saw the pair in the pictures in the club room, he proposed we start investigating them immediately. but I decided to temporarily leave that to him and visit the hospital. I didn't tell Ito where I was going or why. If he knew I was putting a priority on verifying information on a homepage run by a crazy man with no sources even given, he'd make fun of me. God damn it, you know? I just don't want to get made fun of by my bro. So I can't tell him what I'm doing. I can't tell him that I'm probably going to get locked up. Cause what if on the off chance he just happens to call me crazy? What if he happens to make fun of me, huh? Oh man. God forbid you make sure your homies are safe inside and out. Who said humans are just donuts? Winter can't come to... Dude, for real. I already want it to be cold. Just, you know, I know people complain about how the sun goes down a lot earlier. You know, sometimes I don't complain if things go down a lot earlier. But the sun, you know, if we don't change the time schedule, if we don't do daylight savings, moonlight savings, then the sun could, you know, still go to sleep like at 10 p.m. and I'll be fine with that. Just let it be colder. I don't care. Kubu, thanks for the lurks. Appreciate you. Oh my god. Bro, what if you wore a miniskirt? All my homies wear miniskirts. A bad thing to tell me where I said it. Cobblemon is only 104.66 megabytes, so that's not too much. That's megabytes, right? Megabytes? Yes, they should be. Yes, because it's megabytes and gigabytes, right? I'm not the sun friend. Dude, same. That's why I wanted to find something. My phone suddenly started to vibrate. I wonder if that friend who years ago said we should all wear rompers for Christmas had ulterior motives. Should I try remembering who that friend was? And I mean it, it's actually a friend. It's not like, oh yeah, Niku's bringing up a friend that doesn't exist. Ha ha ha. No, it's actually, I don't know who brought it up. Guess we're not homies then, Coolio. You could be that exception. You're good. Bytes, bits, bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes. Yeah. And at a time like this too.
Taku?
You're not gonna answer? Tserika seemed to say silently. I decided to ignore the phone call. Who's calling though?
いいの?
You sure? I don't exactly have a choice. I'm sure if I answered it, she'd just be annoying again. Whatever it was, chances are it wasn't something I wanted to hear, and I couldn't exactly hold a conversation right now. Bop, 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 bop. All right. All right. Let's see. What kind of positive delusion could come from being in a stall like this? Huh? 2 hours, huh? I didn't know being quiet and doing nothing was so tiring. Oh, God. Serika had her arms crossed over her knees. She looked upset. Was I imagining it, or had she been really fidgety over the last 10 minutes? It's weird. I never thought I'd be spending hours in a girl's bathroom stall with you at this age. Don't say that. Just hang in there a little longer. I can if you want. You can, huh? But I don't think there's much point to this. What? Serika sighed a little. I looked away from her. I was starting to fidget a little, maybe because we'd been talking about going to the bathroom. Oh, we gotta go. Serika sighed a little and slowly stood up. Listen, I need to ask you something. Something important. A friend of a friend is another friend brother. Yes. And 4 bits is a nibble. Bytes, bits. A heavy delusion? I think it's gonna be heavy flowing.
相談
Ask me something. What was this about? Serika seemed really uneasy.
さっき
Remember
遺跡
that
ぶった話
lecture,
あった
your
で
lecture
しょ
a moment ago?
ああ、うん。
Yeah.
私
I said that we couldn't go to the bathroom because there were 2 of us.
言った。
You
それは
did? And?
うん
Never mind. Sarika's head dropped. For some reason, she looked like she was about to cry. She was clutching the helm of her skirt tightly and shaking a
ど
little.
うしたんだよ。
What's wrong? It's nothing, really.
あだって、
But you look like you're about to
なんか泣きそうな顔してるじゃ
cry.
ないか
Finally, she started to bite her lip as if she was trying to endure something. She really was acting weird. Sarika normally didn't behave in this way. What's wrong? If you don't tell me, I won't know. Sarika just shook her head from left to right. She wasn't even looking at me anymore. What was going on? I don't understand it at all. I'd never seen her like this before. Until a moment ago, we were just having a normal conversation. A normal conversation. I grabbed her shoulder and peered into her eyes.
言ってくれ。
Tell me, we've known each other forever, right?
僕を信用できないのか
Can't you trust me? She shook her head even faster, and at last she started to cry. I looked closer and saw that her cheeks were flushed red. I can't take it anymore.
何が
What can't you take?
何が
Please, Taku, turn the other way. Look away. Yeah, we're corpse partying. And then Sarika's body shook violently just once. Until a moment ago, she seemed to be suffering, but now she looked relieved and relaxed.
何なんだよ。
What the heck? These are your delusions. I suddenly looked down, no shot. She was still holding her skirt hem tightly. And there was a puddle at her feet. Not only that, her long knee socks were soaking wet. Was this?
まさか、
You
お前
didn't. Don't look. Sarika begged me in a quiet voice. Don't look at me. I could smell a faint whiff of ammonia. Why was this a delusion to come? It was obvious now what had happened. Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you hold it in until this
まで
happened?
我慢してたんだよ。
Because I can't go to the bathroom when there's 2 of us here.
タコがいる
I can't do it right in front of you, Taku. Why are you fantasizing about your girlfriend pissing herself? Right. If that happened, I wouldn't know how to react. Okay, so is that the delusion we're gonna go with? Or do we go with the negative or no delusion? What is happening here? Corpse parties, though. What's good, man? Welcome back. Oh my god. Bum, 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 bum. Watch it be actually worse.
変なの
Bum,
まさか
bum,
この
bum,
年で
bum, bum,
そう
bum.
言わずにもうちょっと。
いいけどでもこれ以上
It's funny seeing the delusions, but doing it regularly is a classic way to go sometimes. Let's see what's going on negatives. Maybe it won't be clean up on aisle 2. Okay, it could be worse. To be honest, I was thinking of calling it a day 2. The reason why was I really had to go to the bathroom. Oh, now we have to go. I was about to piss myself. Oh god, of course. I was aware that I was already sitting right next to a toilet, but I didn't think it was a good idea to use a women's bathroom, particularly in front of Sarika. So I was holding it in, but I was about to hit my limit. Who's we? But still, if I missed a chance like this because of a simple biological function, it would be humiliating. Ito would laugh at me for sure. God damn it, if he doesn't think we're crazy, he's just gonna make fun of us. I was the president of the newspaper club. It overrules the objections of the vice president to come here. I couldn't give up. I had a reputation to protect. Please let me pee in front of you. For the sake of the story. So I... Or why don't you go to another stall? You're ready to go home. Sarika stood up, looking relieved. That's a good idea. We can come back tomorrow. No, not yet. Then what? I want to pee. So, can you go outside for a second? What? No, they'll find me. Just 30 seconds. No, then you go outside. Why would I go outside when I'm the one who needs to pee? Oh, right. Then I'll turn around, so just do it here. How could she suggest something like that in such an innocent way? That's embarrassing. What? After we've known each other for all these years, how long do you guys think you have to know someone before you can pee in front of them? Like, there's, like, sometimes it could be done in over a night, right? Where you're like, you know, you meet somewhere where there's like a bunch of drinks, and you're like, damn, I can't go, you know, just cover me, right? So, like, I don't know, they have known each other forever. I wouldn't be surprised if this is, like, not their first time going in front of each other, right? I'd think so. Star thinks of the quote. Just got back home. It's about 70 here. Enjoy it, White. Yeah, because it is finally 68 here, but my room just absorbed all that heat. What? After we've known each other for all these years? Are you serious? I mean, wait, are you serious? I was so freaked out, I was repeating myself. They're probably gonna hear us. It's fine, just do it quick. Sarika grinned a little as she turned around. I'm not gonna think about that question? Fair. Evidently, she had no intention of leaving the stall. No way, there's no way this is happening. But to be honest, my crotch felt like it was about to explode. I couldn't last any longer. I didn't have a choice. Make sure you don't look over here. Make sure.
Okay.
I lifted the lid and lowered my zipper and got ready. I felt a wave of pleasure and release as I let go. That's better. She wants to watch? Yeah. The sound, though, was extremely embarrassing. I should have had Sarika put her hands over her ears, but it was too late now. Asking her to do so at this point would just be more embarrassing. And since I held it in for so long, there was a lot that had to come out. It was taking long enough that it was actually starting to freak me out a little. Are you gonna tell me we're, like, never gonna run out? She laughed. She just laughed. How the hell do you laugh at a guy who's going to the bathroom? A lot's coming out, huh? Yeah, I wanted to... I'm going to... Please, someone. You know what, Coolio? I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. No delusion this time. Watch the no delusion be even worse. There's no way it's weird. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. If the normal non-delusion goes even worse, what do we pick, guys? What do we pick? But get your votes in, because this one's only going to last 2 minutes. I looked away from her. I was starting to fidget a little, maybe because we'd been talking about going to the bathroom. Okay, let's go, Taku. We can go back tomorrow. Serika stood up and rubbed her butt a little. It doesn't bother you? This was the hospital we'd snuck into a long time ago, looking for an urban legend called Amy. In the end, we had to give up before we could figure it out, but if there was some connection between the sumo stickers and this hospital, okay. Sure, it bothers me. If we can't find something out, I'd like to. But don't you think it's a better idea to give up now than come back tomorrow during visiting hours and wait for another chance? Well, yeah. If we leave now, as long as they don't catch us on this floor, we can just walk straight out, right? This place had an ER, so it was open at night, and people would be going in and out. As long as we could get to the first floor lobby safely, we'd be able to walk right out. Damn it, maybe we didn't have a choice. Fine, let's just... My phone vibrated again. I thought it was Kurusu calling me again, but it wasn't. Do you think that those dudes that came knocking on the door are going to come knocking on the store? On the stall door? Doesn't even change anything much that matters if it changes anything. Well, yeah, right now, I guess no one had to go pee. I checked once again, and there was no one in the restroom and answered the phone. Moshi moshi. Where are you right now? What's wrong? The vice president wants us to stop chasing the case. She's pissed. Oh, she's pissed. Okay. Seriously? She asked me what you two were doing right now, or more like she screamed at me. It was scary. You didn't. Neither? Okay, so this one. Why do you keep playing piss horror anime games? It just be what it be, Saber. Also, I'm getting a call. Hold on.
全部喋った。そしたら設置した監視カメラを外しなさい。いや、私が今すぐ外しに行くっつって電話切られた。
All right, so we actually only have, for real, like about an hour's worth left of stream time. Which we have gotten to 4 hours of stream time. But yeah, that was the call. So I think I'll go on stretch break and then we'll come back and do some more miniskirt pissing adventure. Why does Japan keep making piss horror anime games? that are tied to like actual stories, right? Oh my god. Star, thanks to the quote. Well, I'm saying it only changes some dialogue, nothing else that matters. Yeah, it stays the same, but it's fine. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get up and stretch. Everyone have your good delusions or negative delusions. Take care of yourselves and your homies. And yeah, we'll be back in a bit. I'll run some edges and then yeah, we'll keep on going for the final hour. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the final hour. But yeah, see you guys in a bit. right. We are back. Let me do this. Also take off the BRBs. Cool. Boom, boom, boom. Cool, cool. Yozo Gecko, thanks for the welcome backs. Yeah, I wanted to see what was actually going to happen more than, you know, the phone call that I was having. So I just wanted to get everything confirmed. And yeah, it looks like we're just going to be chilling. I told her everything, and then she said I needed to take down the camera. Then she changed her mind and said she was going to do it herself and hung up. Why didn't you keep your mouth shut? Am I the only one who thinks PSP was the best PlayStation consoles? I love all PlayStation consoles. PlayStation Portable had some bangers. I heard a lot of people like the PSP, but then that the PS Vita was like the next step that just made it that much more. But I don't know. I didn't spend too much time with them. Why didn't you keep your mouth shut? You know that's impossible, man. Ito? That coward. Well, I knew how he felt. Anyway, I told her that there was something else that you were interested in, and you gone with Onoe to look into it. I didn't know what you were doing, but apologize before she kills you, and answer the phone when she calls. Boop. He hung up before I could say anything. It was clear that he wanted to stay out of this. Chilling and doing a 72-hour stream classic? There's no way. There's no way. With nothing else to do, I put my phone away. So, Nan's feeling better? Good. Sarika looked happy. She must have overheard the conversation. No, it's good. But that's just like her. Sarika nodded to herself, satisfied. She really did look happy. Whose side are you? Yours! You don't want Nan to be sad, do you? Well, no, never mind. Did we open that? We're leaving? Just so we're clear, I'm not giving up. I just didn't feel like I was going to find anything more by staying here. I'd just come back tomorrow during visiting hours and dodge Karusu somehow. Dodging? Shh. Oh. So hear me out. If we had gone with a delusion route and we don't find anything here, maybe we would have found something with the delusion, right? Because sure, we don't see our friends pee, but that could also be the pee that we needed to kill the time to find some more information. To give this pee more purpose. The nurse at the nurse's station was staring at her PC. If we crouched down, she couldn't see us. I motioned to Serika, and we quietly left the bathroom and started for the lobby. We made it across and arrived in front of the elevator. Boom, boom, boom. Sad that Persona 2 only has two ports, the OG Japanese version and the English PSP version, but not everyone has a PSP now, for sure. I know some people were fixing up or taking their PSP batteries out, right? Because certain versions were like blowing up. And emulation. I look ahead and saw an automatic door with thick frosted glass. The psych ward lay beyond it. Next to it was a control terminal with an intercom. When visiting, you would say your name and have them unlock the door from the inside. Unless you make our own PSP? Yo. I think a portable PlayStation would work really well in this day and age. Getting something like that would be really freaking cool. It's crazy what they did, right? With the PS5. Yeah. Yeah. But emulating PSP on a phone is doable, but very uncontrollable to hold. Gotcha. I wonder if the PSP my dad's bought even worked, since it's been a long time since they were used. I'd say check it out. Never know, you know? And I wonder how much PSP games are even going for now, like on eBay. During visiting hours, I'd be sitting in the lobby waiting for the automatic door to open. I tried to see if there was a way to sneak in along another visitor, but had run out of time before I'd gotten the chance.
タク、
There's nothing we could do. Let's come
や
back.
直そう。
Not that I want to play it, just see it. Gotcha. Sarika must have noticed me staring at it because she motioned for me to leave. She was right. If we use the elevator, they might notice the sound. We just have to take the stairs.
Taku?
Sarika stopped just before she reached the stairs. Just now. I heard a beeping noise coming from the automatic door. Someone was coming out? Who is it though? I dragged Sarika out of the landing for the stairs. If it's a wheelchair? Huh. That was weird. I didn't hear any footsteps. Because they weren't taking footsteps. I swear, I thought there was going to be like a jump scare of some sorts. No way. I took a look around the corner and saw the door was open. Why? It was definitely open and there was no sign that anyone had come out. I could see deeper into the ward now that the frosted glass was out of the way. I kind of missed that style, the frosted glass looking. The hallway was dark and it was long past lights out. Why? Why had it opened? Was it set to automatically open from the inside and someone had walked close enough to trip the sensor? I hadn't seen anyone pass by. I nodded back at Sarika as she pointed down the stairs. Someone was coming up. What do we do? There wasn't enough time for the elevator to get here. The lobby was out of the question. Should we go upstairs? Or would it be safe to just walk downstairs and act like nothing was wrong? The dark hallway seemed to be beckoning to me. There were no guards or nurses around it.
タクル、あなたも他の人と違われ、ただの高校生でしょう。
I kind of wanted to be nobody and just, you know, be the sound of footsteps. Kind of like in Silent Hill. Your favorite PSP games already got put on PS5 anyway. Oh, okay. Getting the parts together, laying them all out, putting them on some 2000s pop for a building montage. Dude, that'd be really cool. Having it like all laid out like on a desk and being all like, okay, you know what? We got this piece so you can put all your PSP games into, but you can also connect everything to like the best HDMI cord and play it like on your TV or something, right? It also loads up faster. You're just a teenage boy. I grabbed Sarika's hand and ran straight for the open door. I don't know what's going on, but this is our chance. Let's go. Sarika was behind me, so I couldn't tell if she nodded or not. What if we didn't even grab her? I ran faster so I wouldn't have to hear my heart pounding. And a moment later, we were inside the psych ward. As I listened to the door shut behind me, I moved up next to the wall and took a look around. It was too dark to see all the way to the end of the hallway, but there didn't seem to be anyone there. The green light in the emergency exit reflected off the floor, bathing us in dim light. Your hand? Maybe we're squeezing her too hard? I realized. I quickly let go and she turned her hand toward the wall. Look. Oh. She was pointing at a simple map of the ward. It showed the nurse to station the exam rooms and what were probably the numbers for the patient's rooms.
確か
The person who drew these pictures was in a private room in the far back,
個
right?
室に入院しているんだよ
But the map didn't say if the rooms were singles or not. I mean, they're just thinking about this now? I looked at the doors in front of me. They were plates with that looked like two patients' names. These rooms were doubles, which means that any room with the same layout was also probably a double. Premarital hand-holding? Now it can never be a bride. And it happened at the psych ward. I looked back at the map. There were private rooms. I found them. Right here, damn. They really are in the
やっぱ
back.
り奥の方だな
あっち
That way? Sarika pointed further down the hall. With Sarika behind me, I turned to the side and started to walk as quietly as I could. That weird scent, unique to hospitals, was stinging my nose. I was used to it, but it was still a little creepy. I still get tripped out by it, yeah. And it was too quiet. If this was a psych ward, I'd expect to hear some crazy screaming or something. Sealed ward. A hospital ward usually for mental patients with a locked entrance and heavily restricted access and visiting rules. In the broader sense, refers to a hospital ward, not just a mental ward that cannot be accessed without permission from staff. Persona already has the student ex-teacher trope. Persona 6 will have the Shinigami teenage pissing corpse party style, right?
いくら閉鎖病棟 大半は高齢の認知症の人たちだろうし
I was trying to think of another game that comes to mind with like crazy tropes like that. Corpse Party isn't the only one, right? Is it just Corpse Party? And I guess, well, now this game? Is it? Well, like I keep trying to think of anything and then I'm like, no, I just picture Yuka. Huh. Maybe I do play weird games. Even if it's a sealed ward, most of the patients here are probably just old people with Alzheimer's. You wouldn't expect the patients to be screaming 24 hours a day, especially after lights out. Like, I picture it happening in that old school visual novel, Higurashi. But what was with the air here? Can any game really be called normal though, especially Japanese games? We've all played weird games, all the hentai games. Peak? No, it didn't matter. It was just another dim hallway. I wasn't going to the scene of the crime this time. Oh, and then I realized, come to think of it, when I had gone inside of the Love Hotel, I first tried to get past the door, then almost given up. Oh, you're right. I swear, guys, I do it for the plot. It's like 100% plot, 100% piss. I turned around and saw the empty hallway stretching out before me. I passed a confused Sarika. The automatic door was on the other side of the corner. The door opened on its own then too. That's right, the door to the hotel had opened on its own, just like the automatic door here. The police had told me I'd been mistaken, but maybe it was really...
どうしたの
Doshitano?
いや
I realized that I'd stopped moving. Are those footsteps? Why aren't they in sync? Or I guess they're in sync, but they don't make the same sounds after certain steps. Was that a nurse?
こっち
This way. Are we in a stall again? Well, dude, I'm telling you, they're gonna knock on the door and they're gonna give us that same haunted knock.
ああ、松下さん、点滴逆血してたよ。
Hold on. Matsushita. Is that not who I think it is? Okay, he's not who I think it is. There was blood in Matsushita's IV.
またですか?
Again? Did it come out?
それがね。
Well, you see, I could hear what sounded like two nurses in the hallway. Did they find us? No. I listened carefully and they seemed to be talking about a patient. Good, they hadn't found us. That's probably why the door opened. We wouldn't have to stay here until they left. Yeah. Actually, when we snuck in last time, do you remember where we went? I took my ear off the door. Of course I remember. No, actually, I don't remember where exactly. I tried to think back to what I'd seen so many times in the dream. But what if they, like, renovated it or something? It was 8 or 9 years ago now. About that long ago, I was still in elementary school. But I don't think it was a psych ward. I couldn't remember how we got in exactly, but I didn't remember sneaking through an automatic door. And that wasn't the kind of treatment you'd see in a psych ward. Actually, I don't think you could even call it a treatment, whatever that was. Yeah, that seemed more like experimenting. I was about to ask before I saw her face and realized what was wrong. Okay? She clearly wasn't okay. Did she remember what happened before? It's not a delusion. It's not a delusion. Come to think of it, actually, she tried to act strong and failed last time too. But we're not doing anything big here. We're just getting information. We just get information from the artist room and go home. That's all, right? The nurses must have finished talking because I could hear the footsteps getting further away. Are they back in the bathroom again? They are. They are. And they went into the girls' bathroom too. Sarika slapped her cheeks with her hands to try and snap herself out of it. Let's go, Taku. Boom, 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 boom. Well, yeah, it's the chorus of its female nurses. Yeah, but you know, then why would they run in there? Well, I guess maybe to hear the information, right? When we got to the room, the dim light of the emergency exit lamp was shining down on it. I nodded. This is probably the place. It was a private room in the back, and there were no nameplates on the other private rooms we'd passed. I'm opening the door. There was no time to hesitate. We could run into a nurse at any moment. Or a patient. I looked to the left and right and checked that there was no one there before opening the door. It was a dark room with no lights. There was enough light to see my hands, but not my feet. Oh, crap. Something's gonna come up from the bottom, huh? There's no one on the bed? But they're on the floor? Ho, 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 ho. The bed against the wall was empty. The blanket was rolled up. Sarika looked over to see if I saw. Was this not the place? And are we going to be locked in there? Maybe I'll check the other rooms. We're locked. I went to leave when Sarika grabbed my arm. What? Look. What is it? Sarika pointed at the back wall of the room. Her hand was shaking a little. It was too dark to see. I softly crept forward to get a better look. We could use our phone. Oh.
なんだこれ
Metal Gear Solid as a series has a lot of piss. I should play that next, huh? Like, I've been wanting to play the Metal Gear games just because I hear they're actually really funny too. Over there taking the piss. What is this? The whole wall. The whole wall was covered with the drawings of the sumo sticker in what looked like red paint. I feel sick. Sarika grabbed into my arm. The warmth reminded me that I wasn't alone. That made me feel just a little better. If I'd seen this alone, I might have screamed and gone crazy. Maybe it's like, you know, I have to draw this because if not, I'll go crazy. I noticed that there was an unpleasant scent coming from the red painting on the wall. I took another step forward, and then I realized. I put my hand in front of my mouth to stifle a scream, and then another hand in front of Serika's mouth to stop her from screaming too. What's wrong? Serika ripped my hand away from her mouth and clung to me tighter. This isn't paint. It's blood. The strange smell, like rust, was the same thing I'd smelled at the Love Hotel during the revolving dead incident. Who had drawn these? Who would draw something like this and in blood? I imagined someone locked in a dim room endlessly drawing paintings in blood on a blank wall, and a shiver went down my spine and I got goosebumps all over my body. This place is dangerous. There was something very wrong with this room. What are we doing? I suddenly realized I was holding a smartphone in my quivering hand, and without even realizing it, I pushed the record button and started filming the drawings on the wall. No, this isn't the time for this. Crap. Sarika tried to drag me back, yeah. But my body wouldn't move. I knew it was dangerous to stay here, but I couldn't move. Sarika was saying something behind me, but while I could hear the sounds, I couldn't understand what they meant. And then... Bro sure used a lot of blood for that? Yeah. I heard a sound from somewhere in the dark room? How'd he get all that blood? He's probably been farming it, right? It was the sound of someone scratching something? Oh god, please don't tell me he had like a bad itch, so he just kept scratching to get more blood out. I gulped. My body froze up even more. I heard someone, or the sound somewhere. Who's there? Someone was in there with us. Someone was in this room. It was Totoro. In the darkness, I could hear the sound of something hard being scratched again. I think the sound bounced off the walls of the square room and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I desperately searched around the room, eyes cloudy with terror. It's the girl from the Love Hotel. How long had they been there? A girl was crouching on the floor alone with her back to us. She was right next to the bloody sumos with a hand wrapped around her knees. She was starting to feel at her feet. She was staring at the drawing of a sumo wrestler. Or staring at the... okay. It was too dark to tell for sure, but I thought I saw something dripping from her finger. That was blood. Hey, you're that person! She'd cut her finger to draw that. She was drawing those pictures. I couldn't speak, my throat wouldn't work. Well, I had questions to ask her. Who are you? Did you draw those stickers all over town? Why are you drawing those? But I just couldn't speak. The strange sight before me filled me with indescribable terror. I was overcome by the idea that if I talked to her now, if she turned around, that she would transform into something else and attack me. I heard my name and turned towards Serika. I mean, turning away from her isn't safe either, right? Her hand was clutching my arm tightly. What's wrong? Why do you sound so scared? Why, can't you see? Shaking, I pointed at the girl on the floor. But, is she gone? Is she gone? There was no one there. I was standing in the middle of a hospital room, shaking and staring at the drawings of the sumo wrestler design on the wall. My hand had numbly lowered, and my smartphone was recording only my crotch. Okay. Are you okay? Sarika looked at me worried. What happened to that girl? Girl, what are you talking about?
今そこにい
She
たの
was just there, right? Hold on, let me hydrate too. Yeah, this is actual delusion. 1-to-1 delusion. Regular mode delusion, yeah. But there was no one in the direction I was pointing. Just eerie pictures in an empty room. Don't scare me like that. Then, was that just a delusion? Or maybe whoever had drawn the bloody pictures on the wall was already dead, but some trace of their spirit was bound into these paintings and trapped inside the room. No, that was too paranormal for me. It was impossible. But I couldn't get the image of the crouching girl I thought I had seen out of my mind. Let's go. This probably isn't a good place. I took Sarika's hand and slowly started to walk backwards. It felt like if I made a sound, all of these eyes and sumos drawn on the wall would open and stare at me. What if they like start moving on the walls? That'd be trippier, right? Like from side to side. It was back to the door and jumped out of the hallway. Okay. Or well, we're safe. But, maybe we'll start seeing them throughout the whole ward? Maybe? Can bro not just turn around and leave like a smart person, right? He's like, we need this. You'd want to see that? That'd be trippy, huh? That was scary. Come here, you can do that. Wait. Come here, you can do that later? The nurse? Call the doctor too, something might have happened. I could hear frantic voices down the hallway. The hospital staff must have heard my scream. They probably thought something happened to a patient. They were going to find us. Did I just hear a sound from the emergency exit? Is someone leading us around? Sarika jumped onto the door. Did you find anything? Everything's normal. What do you think happened? I could faintly hear the voices of nurses running back and forth across the hallway. Evidently, they hadn't found us. We're saved? Bro out here made all the L decisions. I could hear Sarika take a sigh of relief in the darkness. I used the light from my phone to look around. We were on the landing of a staircase. This is probably the emergency stairs. You can probably get down from here. Sarika looked down, illuminating the stairs with her own phone. Why? Why was it open? Because it's the emergency exit, right? But this is a sealed ward, right? If they were keeping the automatic door locked, there was no way they would lock it with the emergency exit. They probably forgot to lock it. Did they? Both doors can be opened from someone supervising the camera, right? Could we really get that lucky? And I was sure I heard a sound. But then again, that's right. The room in the Love Hotel was also opened by itself. And I don't think people have cameras to unlock doors in Love Hotels, right? Forget that. We need to get out of here. Sarika pointed down the stairs. You're right. I used the light from my phone to look at the knob of the emergency door. Good. It was the type that opened from the inside. The other doors probably were too. Let's go down and look for an exit. Those pictures on the wall. Yeah. Sarika was probably thinking the same thing I was. Was that where the creator of the sumo stickers was kept? Or someone who had something to do with the case. But in the end, I had no answer. There was a whole wall of sumo sticker images drawn in someone's blood. That was the only informant we had. Sarika seemed to understand that as well because she didn't ask any more questions. Good, it opened. Unlocked the door and quietly opened it, then peered down the hallway. Like, they should have cameras watching these areas, right? We've seen them before. I ducked without even thinking. I placed my hand on the door to support myself, then quickly yanked my body back in towards the stairs. Why? What are those two doing
あ
here?
の二人が
There was no mistaking it. Those were the two that Utua had noticed in the club room this morning. Sarika stuck her head out just a little and saw them too. She dropped down. I put my hand over her mouth before she could finish. I know, so don't make any noise. Why were they here? Was there some connection between them and the sumo stickers after all? I could hear footsteps, theirs. I couldn't move, they'd hear me. I froze and concentrated on what I was hearing. Good, they were heading further away. Shit. That sounded like someone smacked our phone away. Oh no. Not good, this is not good. Or maybe he tossed it, right? They were getting closer. Were those two? What were they doing here? This is bad. Maybe the killers behind this case are. There's a chance that something really bad could happen. Don't they know how expensive phones are? Right, and then back in the day, I don't think many people had many protective cases on their flip phones, right? Like it was super rare. Maybe they're trying to sell me something. Told you he was onto us. For a moment, I felt incredibly cold, like my whole body had gotten smaller. That happens. The hand I was holding against the door was slippery with sweat. My heart was pounding loudly. It hurt to breathe. No. Suddenly, my frozen body was yanked upward. I stumbled and tripped, and it was yanked up again. This way? Just as Sarika kicked open some kind of door and dragged me out through, I saw them pick up my phone. Oh no, they're gonna see our crotch cam. No! It shrinks? It feels like it. Sometimes. Like you feel like super, super small. I've had that happen to me once, but it was just once and I was probably in high school. Bro really dropped his phone. Mm-hmm. And he wonders why he gets dropped calls. We're okay now, right? Let's rest a little. Oh god, the masks or faces are gonna pop up here. I collapsed right onto the ground. I wanted to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. My legs were shaking from exhaustion. My hands were shaking from the still lingering terror. Daijobu. They aren't following us, I think. It was all I could do to muster a feeble nod. Are those bikes... Crap. This is like where... Is this like a two-seater or is that like for... No. Because it looks very comfy here. I don't know. I had no idea why, but my hands shaking made me really mad. I slammed them into the asphalt. Damn it. How? What were they doing there? And now why had they had my phone with all its data? I think they have something to do with the sumo stickers. Yeah. It couldn't be a coincidence. Hey, I gotta call Shinchan? Well, yeah, because then we can tell people that, you know, we don't have our phone. My breathing had calmed down. I needed to get my thoughts in order. The phone, they had a lock on it. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it immediately. It was clear that the sumo stickers were involved somehow in particular. Was it? Well, yeah, after that room, right? That wall filled with sumo stickers where nothing's happened yet bothers me. Come to think of it, Kurusu said she was going to take down the security camera. What happened with that? Are those wheelchairs? Are they?
どうした
Because they look like interesting bikes. Like maybe something where the cyclists would sit here and then like a baby or something here? I'm not too sure. Because some of them look like standard bikes. What did that expression mean? Sarika looked away for a moment, then back as if afraid of something painful. Some of them look wheelchair adjacent. Gotcha. Non was stabbed? Yui pointed towards the exam room in the bath with a pained expression on her face. Damn it. This can't be happening. Or maybe bikes with child seat. That's what I was thinking. Who? Gen-san. What Gen? Why? No, forget that. Kurusu. Where's Kurusu? Be quiet. It was a hospital, remember? Was she okay? Yeah, that was her name, but we call her Kurusu. What? Take off your shoes. I'd forgotten to take them off when I came in so quickly, I yanked them off my feet. What? No, I could see a bandage through the gaps in her pajamas. Oh, this? Kurusu lifted her shirt a little to show me her stomach. It was wrapped in a thick bandage. 13 stitches, it's nothing bad. Alright. Holy balls, I ate too much food? Yo, did you end up getting some nice sleep after this? What'd you end up eating? You! What the f... I felt a dull pain in my face. I collapsed to the ground, and then he grabbed me by my shirt and lifted me back up. What the hell do you think you're doing, asshole? Stop it, Kawara. I don't know if you think you're Sherlock Holmes or something, but this happened because you've been screwing around. She could have died, you know? He pushed me away violently. My face stung from the punch. Hey, young man, is this my beer? Yes, supposedly there's a lot of stuff in it, too. Okay, sure. Food you say? What's for good eats? For real. You haven't slept yet? You just got done eating? Okay, for sure. You're waiting for Doom Eternal to be on Game Pass tonight. No sleep? Are you going to be streaming all night, this? Yeah, double-digit stitches is totally good. Only 13, right? Can you help carry this to his house? Okay, what do you want to carry? Is it beer? A case of beer? Kawahara glared at me for a minute, then picked up the cardboard box and left. It is, that's funny. Oh well, you know. Take care, Missy. Okay. He's always so easygoing, isn't he? Why, I mean, no. What happened? Are you okay? Kurusu's hand slowly stretched down on the wound on her stomach. Gen happened to be passing by and he saves me. He caught the person who stabbed me. That camera you planted, or I guess it was Ito actually. It doesn't matter. When I was taking down the camera, this strange person started talking to me. They said something about the place of the holy barrier. I didn't understand what they meant. And then they got really close to me all of a sudden. And stabbed her? Yeah, sheesh. I wonder where they even sell knives like that. Her voice was far more cheerful than I expected it to be. For some reason, that made everything else suddenly seem real. Kurusu had really been stabbed. And then what happened? I hit them and ran away, of course. Gen happened to be passing by and he caught them, and then he called 110. Is your wound okay? It just took a little bit off the side of my stomach. My organs are all fine. I'm okay. Damn. Is Eternal the new one? And I also don't know yet. I'm able to stream. My stomach is stuffed. Might have to wait for it tomorrow. Ate that much, huh? The new one is Dark Ages. Okay. Got them mixed up too. It'd be like that sometimes. Hyped to play. It's gonna be a first Doom game. Only ever played Wolfenstein and Duke Nukem. Oh, I remember hearing about Duke Nukem too. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. But bro there beat up bro there for literal no reason. Right, like that wasn't gonna solve anything. You're here, huh? It's been a while. Where are Gen and young Kawahara? I had them leave. And that gift? I gave it to him. I had Kawahara carry it. I see, Dad said as he scratched his head. Oh, he gifted him his beer. It really had been a while since I'd seen his face, not since I left the dorm. I'll be on my way. That's right, sorry for the trouble, Nonokaze. No, Kurusu is always a big help to us. Bye, Kurusu, take care. Alright. You're a genius, that'll be the new sound redeem? Let's go, Zol. Did I bring that up? I thought you were going to probably go with the Zozo Deuterino. Yeah, how is it his fault? I have no idea, man. Yo, Caleb's, how's it going? You play Super Smash Brothers, but is Kirby and Mario here? Kirby and Mario in Chaos Child? No, unfortunately, there is no Kirby and Mario. But I am looking forward to, well, whenever we get more friends to play Kirby's Dream Buffet. Because I do want to play more of that. And this Kirby game here is still peak. Peak. It's so good. So good. And yeah, I also haven't played Smash in ages. I think the last time I played was, yeah, a few months ago. A few months ago. You said buffet is $15 US, right? So that's what I had thought, because when I got it, it was 15 bucks. I think they said that it's now $20. So who knows if there's a sale going on or there was a sale going on when I got it. But yeah, if you're planning on getting it, definitely let me know, and then maybe just wait on a sale. Because it's fun, but I just don't think as many people play it. Send that MP3? You're gonna have to make it, so it sounds like pro, I tried the first new Doom game and couldn't get into it. This one will be rad. Let's go. I've been eating less on a diet in 6 weeks. Only ate 2 cups of food and drank a glass of horchata. It's too much now. Oh, your stomach definitely shrunk, huh? Let's go, yo. Might have to wait longer than. No, yeah, for sure. No rush. But if there's ever a sale, if I see one, I'll let you guys know. Cause yeah. Gotta drop money on internet, though I thought I'd have enough after a small price game. Yeah, like for sure, there are definitely better options to go about. I don't know if you'd want to tell your community too, if they'd want to look into it, if it ever goes on sale, to see if they'd also be down to play, so we can get a lobby going. It's only 4 players, so that's one, but it definitely gives me that Fall Guys feel. But it's Kirby. Kirby's adorable. This is good timing. The teacher turned around and scratched his head the same way my dad did. This is a little hard to tell you, and it's not entirely your fault, but the newspaper club is probably going to have to be shut down now. I nodded weakly. It didn't seem like there was anything else I could do. Well, just think of this as a good lesson. Oh, maybe that's rude. In other words... She's telling her to leave? Yeah, Kurusu made a motion to shoo him away. Hi. Damn, is she that known? Respected and stuff? I got tons of games at the moment. I want to wrap up, so I'll probably check it out. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it reminds me of Fall Guys, where you go through multiple stages and they're randomized. And yeah, you have to collect as many strawberries as you can. So I guess that's the difference. In the end, it comes down to your total strawberry count. But yeah, it's fun playing through multiple courses as Kirby's. I played Fall Guys on the Switch and had a terrible experience. Yeah, so I don't know how well it's gonna work on the Switch too. But it still acts up on me a little bit on the PS4. So it's like Gourmet Race. Oh! Ruby! Thank you so much for that raid, Ruby. How was the rest of your stream? And welcome on in, Raiders. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. How's it going, Ruby? How's it going, everyone? Yeah, guys, go check out Ruby if you guys haven't. For the Zen list, so you guys already know the waifus and husbandos be there. Also for the personas as well. The metaphor. Thank you so very much. And yeah, sometimes also the party games. We played Mario Party with her as well. So thank you again so very much for that raid, Ruby. And yeah, welcome on in, everyone. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. I'm Niku, and currently we are trying to not have our friends be stabbed, which I think is a thing we should all do about everybody not getting stabbed. But yeah, thank you again so very much for that raid, Ruby. So is it like Gourmet Race? I don't think I've played Gourmet Race, but I could get a race going in real quick. If you guys are down. Just to give you guys an example of like how cute this game actually is. Because we're close to the hour as well. So let's try it out real quick. People are going to be like, this isn't Chaos Child. Stream was good, and also thanks for that, Zoe. Stream was good grinding on my build for the new character that came out today. Oh, is there a new character for Zenless or for ZZZ? Heard about the Persona gacha game coming out. Yeah, that's like Persona X, right? Something along those lines? Jay, thanks for following. We're also fantasizing about miniskirt detectives and our girlfriend pissing herself. Yeah, it was one or the other. Either she did it or we did it and she watched and laughed. So, yeah, it was one or the other. So yeah, this game's really cute. Look at the Kirby that we are. We're Burger Kirby. Was it this one? I forget which one it is. Costume? Mint chocolate Kirby? It's alright, we'll see if anyone's playing. I doubt it, but maybe we'll get someone. But yeah, this game's so adorable, guys. Random match, victory 7 out of all the 7 games I played. You know? It's so cute. Bergie, yeah. Just no average teenager with delusion things. In this ZZZ, his name is Hugo. You call him Joker from PS5 because the JP VA is Joker, and the group he's in charge is the Phantom. Wait, is it the Ohadam or is it Phantom Thief group? Okay. Nicey. I don't think I've heard of Hugo. Oh my god, I love this game. I got it. Ruby, we gotta play. But if you gotta do post-stream stuff, I totally understand as well. Thank you again so very much for that raid. As always, really do appreciate you sending your community up and over here. No! And yeah, the Phantom Thief. Okay. Yeah, so right now I guess we're just waiting 10 more seconds. And then we should be set. All-Star was good, All-Star. Welcome back. I've been meaning to make a video about this game. And then maybe we'll see more people playing too. They'll be like, I love Kirby! Today's menu: pancakes, waffles, cake, rolls. Fitty. Oh, you know what? Last time I was playing this, I was also playing on my Joy-Con. So yeah, you can bonk. No, was that cherry bigger? Which way are we going, actually? Oh, right, we're going up. Go, Curbs! Ah, come on. I forget. How do we use... Oh, that's how we use it. Hold on. I'm not getting any strawberries. Kirby! Okay, well, I'll get these strawberries. Meanwhile, you try to break that. Come on! Come on! Come on! I should have gone to the other side. I'm pretty sure there's going to be something that blocks us. No! What did we get? Did I not get anything? Come on, Kirby! Mine! Got him! Can I actually go up here? Pro gaming! Pro gaming! Pro gaming! Pro gaming! No! Don't fall. Okay, good. Alright. Is you forcing me to get on? No. I was like, I wasn't expecting anyone else to be on right now, but I did want to end at the 5-hour mark. Wait, what the hell are we looking at? Because I do have some more stuff to do. You know, normally I would have loved to stay on. Why am I not breaking this? But yeah, I don't want anyone to like get on and then just be like, wow, Nikki, we're just gonna play one game and then you're out. But look at how thick we are. Yeah, big. No, why? Oh, right. So we're thick enough to just bonk everyone else out? It's what I've always dreamed of. Oh! Oh! Get out of the way. We're not gonna fall. We're not gonna fall. Gaming. No! Yoink! I should have gone the other way. It's fine. Curb! Oh my god. Alright, we're almost there. How'd you catch up so fast? There's no way! I'm doing it for the cake! Okay, cool. Alright. Thick Kirby. Oh, there were more strawberries falling? I didn't even notice that. Okay. Win the Gourmet Battle Royale. I don't know what power-up I got. I don't think I got a power-up. I'm jelly! Don't you dare. Stone? Oh, chill! Leave me alone, So that big thing up there will actually take us out. I don't know what they're called. Clamps? Oh, crap. All right. There's no shot, dude. We're losing so many strawberries. Leave me be. Dude, no shot, man. And we get 3 strawberries. This is great. This is working out great, guys. Nope. Okay, so I think I didn't get knocked out before the actual timer, but we're gonna end up losing some points here. Most cherries chomped? Oh, really? Most minigame strawberries, most copy? Okay, so I think we win. Okay, cool. Easy game. Easy game every time, man. Do ketchup? All right. Kirby Superstar. Okay. Kirby Dreamland 2. Meta Knight. You were so far ahead. I got lucky there. But yeah, these are some of the power-ups and stuff. Which yeah, we gotta definitely get around to playing this. I don't know if these come up way too many or often. Oh, hold on, I gotta do this. Crap, what is this one? Hold on, let me fix this up real quick. Cool. But yeah, it's pretty cute. It's really sweet. No visual pun intended, I guess. Oh, right. That's actually from main Kirby, right? Or Dream World? Forgotten Land? It's Forgotten Land. It can't... Are you really not going to get that? Okay. It can't be anything but Forgotten Land. Lucky? Dude, some of those computers go hard, man. Okay, I think we checked out all these other power-ups, right? But yeah, you can't ever go wrong with Kirby. We're sliding! It's just, you know, Kirby's so cute. Oh, we fell? So yeah, I guess that's another one too, right? If you are falling, you get some time to recover. Oh, man. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for me today, guys. If I am able to come back later on, then I will. Let's see. Yeah, I know normally we'd go on for a little bit longer. But this is actually longer than I was expecting to go at all. So let's see. Let's see. There are so many people on right now. Yeah, so many people on right now. You know what, though? I don't think I've actually rated out, too. Where is this? And actually, I haven't rated out to a bunch of people. So, you know what? The boys are playing right now. I think they're probably on BRB. Does anyone know? By any chance, Twisted and Nixie, are you here? Or Mucho, I'm assuming you're also lurking or hanging out in Blues and Umarios. Are they just on BRB right now? Yeah, good old Umapio. This isn't 72 hours. You know what? Let me end stuff on the TikTok side first. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. We'll be back, I'm sure, late tomorrow. But there's gonna be some stuff going on tomorrow too, so I won't be able to chill for too long. But yeah, maybe we could try out some curbs over there. Cool. Can I close this? Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to take any more longer. Bum, 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 bum. Party is full? Yeah, they were... Or Blue was hitting me up, and I was like, dude, I don't think I could join today, because I do have some stuff to do. So yeah, other than that, I would have definitely joined. Also, the co-op stuff seemed like a lot of fun, you know? Playing Mario with the boys. Yeah, because I'm going through the list right now, and I don't think I've rated Umapio ever. Like, I'm going back to like a month back. I see Blue there. I see Renzi there. Yeah, I was looking through everyone else who was also live. Ilfinity was also the last person we rated. So I think what we're going to do is for sure go with Umapio. Cool. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Hopefully you guys had a fun one. Apple, also, how's it going, dude? Yeah, hopefully everyone's doing all right. Thank you again so much for hanging out, everyone. Take care, Ruby, Mucho, Decentia. I see me in there too. Zoe, Star, Apple. And yeah, Coolio for sure. Thanks so much for hanging out, everyone. But yeah, Sexton to play Kirby sometime. Have a good one. Yeah, sounds good, Ruby. Actually, yeah, with that as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for the follows. Ruby, thank you for the raid. Ink, thank you for the resub. Gecko, thank you for the resub. Clouds, thank you for the raid. Decentia, thank you for the raid. Ghazi, thank you for the raid. Kendall, also thank you for the resub. Are those lyrics? I didn't expect there to be... Okay. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna send you guys over to Mario. Plays a lot of the party games. Plays Mario Kart and Mario Maker as well. We've actually chilled on stream here and played party. But yeah, go show him some love. He's currently co-streaming with your boy Blue Chocobo as well. And I believe they're playing with... Was Twisted actually in there? Yeah, with Nixie and Twisted as well. But yeah, take care, everyone.